Chapter 38-89. As his mind became clearer, his senses became sharper. The breeze caressed his cheeks, the soil beneath his feet was soft, and the sun shone on his face. It was as if the warmth had seeped into every pore of his body, bit by bit. Then, an intense pain erupted from within her body like a flood bursting through a dam. It was violent and overbearing. In an instant, her vision darkened and every part of her body was in pain. Every inch of her skin felt like it was being cut into pieces. She could no longer control her instincts and wanted to scream. Unfortunately, her mouth opened and closed like a fish that had landed on the shore. She tried her best to open her mouth, but could not make a sound. She could only helplessly widen her eyes. Chu Li's voice reverberated in the depths of her mind. Let nature take its course. You are not yourself. Go with the flow. The pain is you and you are the pain. The one suffering is not yourself but others. These words were deafening and directly drilled into her heart. She hurriedly tried her best to do as he said and did her best. Unfortunately, it was not that easy. It was too difficult to deceive herself in such a painful state. Time seemed to have stopped. Every second felt like a year. In just an instant, she was drenched in sweat as if she had just been fished out of the water. Her head was even emitting white steam. Her face was pale, then red, then white, then red like blood. She looked like she would explode at any time. Her eyes had already turned blood red. It was terrifying. Chu Li looked at her calmly and said gently, "Endure this and you will truly have the ability to stand in this world. If you can't, then don't mention anything. Although you won't die, you are destined to be unable to stand proudly in this world." Squeak, 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 squeak. Princess Anfu clenched her teeth tighter and tighter. Chu Li nodded, "Very good. Hold on." Princess Anfu felt like 10,000 years had passed. Finally, her body suddenly became light as if it had suddenly disappeared. Only her soul was left. She floated and wished she could fly as high as she could. Chu Li showed a satisfied smile. "Master!" Princess Anfu hurriedly shouted. Her voice shocked her. She did not expect it to be so hoarse and unpleasant. Chu Li smiled and nodded, "Not bad. You made it." "Master, what if I can't make it?" Princess Anfu scoffed. Her body was flowing with a gurgling aura that was as thick as an arm. Under the circulation of internal energy, there was no part of her body that was not wonderful. She felt as if she was soaking in a hot spring, or as if she was standing in a gentle breeze. It was wonderful and carefree. She understood the situation she was in. Receiving Chu Li's cultivation level empowerment had saved her 1,000 years of hard cultivation and allowed her to reach the top in a single bound. It was truly a marvelous cultivation level empowerment technique, and she had gained a huge advantage. Chu Li said, "If you can't endure it, you'll die. I'll resurrect you. Then I won't have the chance to become this strong, right?" Princess Anfu waved her jade palm, suddenly transforming into a string of palm shadows. She was extremely infatuated with this feeling of power. It was something she had never felt before. This time, her strength was not because of her identity, nor was it because she was a princess, but because of her own strength. Although it was a gift from her master, it still made her feel extremely happy. Chu Li said, "If you can't hold on, you can only cultivate on your own. Take it one step at a time and you'll eventually end up like this. That will take a long time, right? It can be done no matter how long it takes. Dripping water wears through a stone." "Thank you, Master. I'll go into seclusion here for 2 days and properly digest my cultivation base." "Yes." Princess Anfu respectfully closed fist, saluted, and turned to leave the temple. She quickly went into seclusion to meditate and began to adjust her body. She cultivated the great elemental divine palm over and over again to strengthen her body. In the early morning, Chu Li was slowly practicing his fist technique in the courtyard to recuperate his body. He realized that in this world, his body would become better and better. Even if he was not a person of this world, His body would constantly become perfect under the effect of spiritual energy, and his lifespan would become longer. This was the invisible influence of spiritual energy on lifespan, which made him sigh. He had always wanted to understand it. If he really understood this, his lifespan would be unlimited in the future. It could be said to be the ultimate mystery of heaven and earth. Princess Anfu slowly walked over and closed fist saluted, "Master." Chu Li looked at her from head to toe and nodded in satisfaction. Princess Anfu was like a flawless piece of jade. Her entire body was like a white jade beauty. Her radiance was warm and cold, making people gasp in admiration but not dare to approach her. Her temperament had already become independent and complete. This was the cultivation that was completely fused with the traction skill. Her cultivation base had greatly improved. She could come and go freely in this world and walk freely. Chapter 3890. What fate? Princess Anfu said coldly. I meet people selling steamed buns every day. Is this fate? Meng Guangzhou chuckled. Princess's words are interesting. Princess Anfu coldly glared at him and said disdainfully, Don't try to get close to me. Go, I'm going back to the palace. Princess came from Rui Temple, right? Meng Guangzhou smiled. So what? Princess Anfu cast a sidelong glance at him and said, What, do you want to challenge my master? So Princess has already become a disciple of great Master Dingru. Meng Guangzhou smiled and nodded. It seems that this great Master Dingru does have some ability to catch the princess's eye. It's not up to you to judge my master. Princess Anfu said coldly, As for asking for advice from my master, you're not qualified. Ask your master to come. My master won't leave the country so easily. Meng Guangzhou shook his head and smiled. Moreover, it's still uncertain whether great Master Dingru is worthy of my master's help. If he comes rashly, it will only cause chaos. It's good that you know. Princess Anfu snorted. If we don't get along, it's unnecessary to say more. Goodbye. She turned around and walked back, taking another path. Meng Guangzhou hurriedly said, Princess, wait. Princess Anfu, however, ignored him and continued to walk towards the back. Meng Guangzhou's feet were light, and he flashed in front of Princess Anfu. As he retreated, he said earnestly, Why is Princess unwilling to marry me? If we really get married, it will be a great blessing for the people of both countries, right? What does it have to do with me whether the people are blessed or not? Princess Anfu glared at him unhappily. You won't really give the people good fortune just because my name has the word Fu in it, right? She never flaunted her love for the people, and this would become a great weakness, so she could not reveal it. What about Great Zhao's world? Meng Guangzhou said, If we get married, I think Great Zhao's world will be more stable, and you the Great will be more stable and prosperous, right? I'm just a weak woman. I don't care about the Zhao family or the world. Princess Anfu snorted, Don't even think about it. Ed? Iqiao? Call? Tattoo mold princess, there are countless benefits to our marriage. Meng Guangzhou sighed. Why can't you think about it properly? No matter how many benefits there are, I don't care. Princess Anfu cast a sidelong glance at him and said, I don't like you, how can I marry you? Why does the princess dislike me? Meng Guangzhou was puzzled. He felt that he was handsome, confident, and well-versed in both the pen and the sword. His martial skills had reached an astonishing level, and he was almost invincible. It could be said that he was the dream man of countless women. Princess Anfu didn't even put him in her eyes at all. It was really strange that he couldn't arouse her interest. Princess Anfu snorted and said, I can't bear to see you act like you're number one in the world. My master is so powerful, almost like a god, yet he still acts humble. You're far too lacking. Meng Guangzhou shook his head disapprovingly. Your teacher might be older, so he's more mellow. Besides, a person who cultivates the Dharma would naturally be more peaceful. Princess Anfu curled her red lips and snorted, "You're just shallow and ignorant. Do you really think that your three-legged cat martial skill is invincible in the world?" Meng Guangzhou smiled proudly. Earlier, he was still worried that you the Great had hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and that there might be some extraordinary people who could defeat him. However, after these few days of challenges and provocations, he realized that he was worried for nothing. You the Great was just a paper tiger. He looked scary, but in reality, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. At this moment, a loud shout came from afar, "Meng Guangzhou!" Meng Guangzhou and Princess Anfu turned their heads to look. The crowd on the street surged. 3 young muscular men broke through the crowd like owls and appeared in front of the 2 of them. The 3 of them were tall and sturdy like black bears. Their figures were about the same size as Song Kuan. Their faces were pitch black, and they were invisible in the night. Their eyes were bright and full of expression, like burning candles. Meng Guangzhou glanced at the 3 of them and said with a frown, "Who are you? Tell me your name." The young muscular man in the lead said coldly, "I can't defeat you, so I don't have the face to tell you my name. Come, let me experience your martial skill." As soon as he said that, he took a step forward and clenched his fist. His 2 large fists were like 2 iron hammers. "Watch my fist." He waved his fists like he was waving iron hammers and smashed them towards Meng Guangzhou. Chapter 3892. Haha, then I will wait for the princess challenge. Meng Guangzhou laughed. Princess Anfu coldly glared at him and strode away. The eyes of the surrounding people were filled with curiosity. Princess Anfu's name was well known in the capital. They all knew that she was the emperor's most beloved daughter. She had done many ridiculous things, but she was kind-hearted and would not bully others. However, they did not expect that Princess Anfu was a martial arts expert and wanted to challenge Meng Guangzhou. Princess Anfu's status was noble and the guards around her were all powerful people. It was inevitable that she would learn some moves, so it was impossible for her to defeat Meng Guangzhou. Looking at her delicate appearance, a gust of wind could blow her away. They were curious but also worried that she would be stupid and challenge Meng Guangzhou. Meng Guangzhou looked at Princess Anfu's graceful back and became more and more excited. If Princess Anfu was an ordinary, superficial woman who would be infatuated with him when she saw him, he would not be tempted. Mediocre rouge and powder were not worthy of him being tempted. This kind of maverick, unique way of doing things and thinking was even more charming, even more worth pursuing. Princess Anfu's face was gloomy. She quickly passed through the crowd and returned to the imperial palace. She went straight to the announcement hall. Inside the announcement hall, Zhao Yanqing coldly stared at Song Kuan with a gloomy face. Song Kuan lowered his head and stood with his hands hanging by his side. "Imperial father!" Princess Anfu directly crossed the threshold and entered the hall, shouting, "I am so angry!" She did not need to be announced and could directly enter the hall. Gu Yuanhe gave her a look, but she did not care and casually said, "Imperial father, what mistake did Commander Song make?" Zhao Yanqing's expression relaxed and revealed a smile. "Who made you angry?" "It's that Meng Guangzhou." Princess Anfu angrily said, "That guy is too arrogant." Zhao Yanqing's face sank. "You met him?" "Yes, I met him." Princess Anfu curled her lips. "He's overestimating himself. He even wanted to go find Master, but in the end, he ran into me outside." Coincidentally, the 3 heroes of the Tong clan challenged him and were defeated by him. That simple and savage strength really makes people want to vomit. This Meng Guangzhou is arrogant, but he indeed has true ability. Zhao Yanqing said slowly, "Looks like it's hard to avoid having Master take action in the end." Princess Anfu waved her lily-white hand. "There's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken, I can deal with him." "You defeated him?" Zhao Yanqing frowned. Princess Anfu immediately hung her head dejectedly and sighed. No, master didn't let me make a move. He wanted me to wait. There must be a reason for that. Zhao Yanqing nodded slowly. Princess Anfu said hatefully, if it weren't for master's words, I really would have smashed Meng Guangzhao's face into pieces. Princess. Song Quan hesitated. Princess Anfu said, what mistake did Commander Song commit? Song Quan shook his head and smiled bitterly. I have already secretly made a move. I changed my appearance and fought with him. In the end, I suffered a crushing defeat. He motioned to his right arm. His right arm was drooping inside his sleeve, unable to be lifted. In order to let Princess Anfu see clearly, he held up his right arm with his left hand and wrapped up his entire wrist and fist. A strong smell of medicine gushed out. He smiled bitterly and said, my fist, wrist, elbow, and even shoulder are all heavily injured. I'm afraid it'll take a month to recover. Such heavy injuries? Princess Anfu was surprised. Then, she thought of the injuries of the eldest of the 3 heroes of the Tong family. She frowned and said, you were directly hit by his fist, right? Yes. Song Quan said slowly, Princess, your divine strength is astonishing, but compared to him, you're still lacking a lot. If you really fight, I'm afraid you'll also end up with similar injuries, so Princess must be cautious. He had personally fought with Princess Anfu before, so he was clear about Princess Anfu's strength. She was indeed stronger than him, but compared to Meng Guangzhao, she was still quite lacking. She was definitely not his opponent. He absolutely did not wish to see Princess Anfu injured by Meng Guangzhao. Even if she was not injured, she would still be defeated. That would be even more humiliating, and the entire Yu dynasty would not be able to raise its head. I'm not the same as before. Princess Anfu said with certainty, I can definitely beat him. Her strength was not just a little bit stronger, it was an earth-shattering change. Bystanders could not understand it. Since Song Quan said so, it's best if you don't make a move, Zhao Yanqing said. Princess Anfu snorted and said, if it wasn't for Master today, he would have gone back dead. Anfu. Zhao Yanqing frowned. Princess Anfu said, Imperial Father, since Master told me to take care of him, then I'll definitely be able to defeat him. Does Imperial Father still not believe in Master? All right. Zhao Yanqing slowly nodded. Song Quan hesitated, but did not dare to say anything more. Right now, Dingru Divine Monk's prestige was unparalleled, and he was deeply trusted by the Emperor. There was no point in saying anything more. Imperial Father, I'm going into seclusion for 3 days. Princess Anfu said, after I come out, I'll ruthlessly take care of Meng Guangzhao. All right. Zhao Yanqing nodded. The sun was setting in the west, its rays illuminating the courtyard. Princess Anfu opened the courtyard door and slowly walked out of the small courtyard. This small courtyard in her palace was quiet and serene. Once one stepped into the courtyard, one would be isolated from worldly affairs. Once one stepped out of the courtyard, one would begin to participate in worldly affairs. The 2 maids outside the courtyard bowed. Princess, you don't need to follow me. I'm going to see Imperial Father. Princess Anfu waved her hand. The 2 maids whispered, His Majesty has been throwing a tantrum for the past 3 days and has punished many officials. Princess, be careful. What's the matter? Princess Anfu asked casually. It seems to be because of De Kuan's 18th prince, Meng Guangzhao. It's him again. Is it because no one can defeat him? Yes, all the famous experts of the capital have challenged him, but no one has won. I understand. She waved her hand and strode to Origin Announcement Hall. Inside Origin Announcement Hall, the atmosphere was oppressive and heavy, as if it had frozen. A group of officials stood in 2 rows, silent and dumbstruck, allowing Zhao Yanqing to wantonly ridicule the capital's martial arts experts. Your Majesty, Princess Anfu has come out of seclusion. Gu Yuanhe entered the hall and said in a low voice. The atmosphere in the hall immediately relaxed. All the officials knew that once Princess Anfu came, the emperor's mood would improve. No matter how serious the matter was, he would temporarily put it aside. Imperial Father! Princess Anfu strode into the hall and said with a charming smile, "I've come out of seclusion. I can take care of that Meng Guangzhou." She glanced at the officials, nodded slightly, and walked through them to the bottom of the steps. Then, she directly climbed the steps and came to Zhao Yanqing's side. She hugged his arm. "This time, I want him to go back to Great Kuan lying down." Zhao Yanqing shook his head, and a smile appeared on his taut face. Anyone can talk big. In the past 3 days, all the experts who were defeated by Meng Guangzhou were full of big talk, but in the end they were completely defeated. Princess Anfu said, "Challenging him again?" She shook her head and said, "I'll write a challenge to him now. I want to compete with him in the capital's martial arts arena." She was now full of confidence and wished that she could defeat Meng Guangzhou right now. "Anfu, do you really want to do this?" Zhao Yanqing asked. Princess Anfu said, "That's more satisfying." "Okay," Zhao Yanqing said, "then let's do it tomorrow." Princess Anfu beamed and let go of his shoulder. "Then I'll go see Master." "Go ahead," Zhao Yanqing said with a smile. Princess Anfu ran down the steps and went straight out of the hall. All the officials frowned and looked at each other. They silently communicated with each other, revealing worried expressions. They all wanted each other to say something to stop this absurd action. Chapter 3893. However, everyone knew the emperor's temper. He was extremely obedient and pampered Princess Anfu. Since he had already promised Princess Anfu, it would not be easy for them to stop him. They looked at each other in dismay, communicating with each other through their eyes. None of them were foolish enough to step forward and touch the bad luck. Just now, the emperor had already flown into a rage. If Princess Anfu hadn't come over, it was hard to say who he would punish. At this time, the emperor's mood was still good, but he hadn't vented his anger yet. If anyone dared to disobey him, it was guaranteed that they would have to bear the thunderous rage that he had accumulated earlier. In the end, no one dared to persuade him. They could only watch as Zhao Yanqing gave the decree to the Ministry of Rites. At noon tomorrow, there would be a competition outside Qingyang Gate. Princess Anfu would challenge De Kuan's 18th prince, Meng Guangzhou. Everyone sighed helplessly. Since the emperor had already issued the decree, there was no point in saying anything more. They could only watch helplessly. This time, Princess Anfu had lost a lot of face. No one knew what would happen next, but fortunately, she was only a woman. Even if she lost, it didn't matter. Princess Anfu came to Rui Temple lightly and saw Chu transplanting trees in the temple. After 3 days, it had changed greatly. The entire Rui Temple was fresher and more pleasant. The outside of Rui Temple and the inside seemed to be 2 different worlds. Stepping out of the Rui Temple, it was bustling with noise and bustle. There was an endless stream of horses and carriages, children shouting and scolding, adults scolding, the sound of people haggling, and the laughter of friends meeting. Once inside Rui Temple, the clamor outside disappeared, as if it was isolated from the world. It was deep in the mountains and forests. The air was fresh and pleasant. Smelling it refreshed one's spirit. The birds on the old trees chirped occasionally. One's heart calmed down. All worldly matters disappeared and worries disappeared. "Master." She came to Chu Li's side and smiled. "I'm out." Chu Li sized her up and nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. You've grown up. Are you ready to fight Meng Guangzhou?" "Yes." Princess Anfu said hatefully. "If we don't defeat him, our Yu dynasty will lose all face. Those guys are so disappointing. None of them can defeat Meng Guangzhou." Chu Li smiled. "Meng Guangzhou is really capable. Can I really defeat him?" Princess Anfu asked. Chu Li nodded. "You will." As he spoke, he turned around and walked away. Princess Anfu followed him to Chu Li's small courtyard. She watched him enter the living room, then took out a jade pendant and handed it to her. "Master, this is?" Princess Anfu asked. Chu Li said, "This is a protective talisman. Keep it safe and don't give it to anyone." "Don't worry, Master. How could I give something that Master gave to me to someone else?" Princess Anfu hurriedly nodded and carefully received the jade pendant. She felt a cool and refreshing aura drilling into her palm and circling around her body. Her body immediately felt lighter. She immediately knew that it was a treasure and became even more excited. "Master, is this a treasure?" Chu Li nodded. "It's a unique treasure." Thank you, Master." Princess Anfu placed it in front of her eyes and sized it up for a while. Then, she beamed with joy and tied it around her neck. She felt a refreshing aura everywhere, and then the surrounding spiritual energy began to enter through her pores. "Go," Chu Li said, "defeat him, but don't kill him, lest it causes a conflict between the two countries." "Yes," Princess Anfu said loudly. She turned around and strode out of the compliance temple. When she walked out of the temple, she suddenly felt something strange. There was still spiritual energy entering through her pores. Originally, when she stepped out of the compliance temple, the spiritual energy would no longer recognize her and would no longer enter her body. However, this time it still entered. This spiritual energy would be converted into inner energy and continuously provide her with strength. She was overjoyed and looked down at her neck. She knew that this was because of the jade pendant. She immediately became 100 times more confident. With the continuous support of inner energy, it was impossible for her to fail. Noon. There was a huge martial arts field outside Qingyang Gate. At the northernmost part of the field was a high platform used to inspect the soldiers. Usually, the Emperor's martial arts field was at Qingyang Gate's martial arts field. At this time, the martial arts field was already overcrowded. Under the densely packed crowd, whispers formed a buzzing sound. Near the high platform, many high-ranking officials dressed in cloth clothes stood, and behind them were densely packed protectors. Zhao Yanqing and Princess Anfu stood by the stairs leading to the high platform with a solemn expression. Gu Yuanhe stood beside them and occasionally raised his head to look into the distance. "This Meng Guangzhou, how dare he?" Song Quan said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, this subject will go and urge him." "No need," Zhao Yanqing said coldly. His expression was gloomy, and his eyes were cold. He snorted and said, "Anfu, can you defeat him?" "Don't worry, Imperial Father." Princess Anfu's beautiful face was tense as she snorted and said, "This Meng Guangzhou is purposely trying to damage our dignity. Then treat him well later and let him have a taste of our the Great's passion," Zhao Yanqing said coldly through gritted teeth. The buzzing sound outside was endless, but the high-ranking officials near the martial arts field were as silent as cicadas in winter. They did not say a word, and the atmosphere was oppressive. They could all feel the Emperor Zhao Yanqing's anger. They secretly scolded this Meng Guangzhou for being too arrogant and treating the entire the Great as nothing. "The 18th Prince of Dekuan has arrived." A long shout suddenly sounded. The voice was like a bronze bell, and it reverberated throughout the martial arts field. The buzzing sound slowly dissipated, and the crowd automatically opened up a path. 8 well-built guards walked in front, gently fanning the white jade folding fan in their hand. Meng Guangzhou, dressed in blue, with a handsome smile on his face, walked behind them. He was as elegant as a noble young master, and behind him, there were 8 more guards following closely. Surrounded by 16 guards, Meng Guangzhou leisurely walked to the steps of the high platform. He closed his folding fan and cupped his fists with a smile. "Greetings, Your Majesty, Your Highness." Zhao Yanqing nodded with a dark face and could not be bothered to respond. Although he was filled with anger, if he reprimanded them so bluntly, he would lose his magnanimous bearing, especially in front of the great Kuan prince. Therefore, he could only suppress his anger and look at them coldly. He wanted Anfu to help him vent his anger. Princess Anfu snorted and said, "Stop dilly-dallying. As a man, you are more troublesome than a woman. Hurry up and go up." "Your Highness, do you really want to compete with me?" Meng Guangzhou smiled and said, "I am a man who has tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Stop? Gather? Govern? Take care of 9? Knock on the rotten bones of the barbarians and arrogant? Die." Huo Meng Guangzhou squinted his eyes and looked at her deeply. "All right, let's learn from each other." He leaped up the steps and onto the platform in 2-step. His movements were smooth and graceful, and he was like a sparrow hawk flying up. Princess Anfu curled her red lips and tapped the ground with the tip of her toes. Her body was like a white crane, and she flew up into the sky. She was 3 meters above the platform and landed lightly on the ground. She was silent like a feather. Everyone was silent for a moment, and then they cheered loudly. They had never seen such a qinggong that defied common sense. It was as if there was an invisible rope hanging from above, but there was no rope. They could not imagine how he did it. Chapter 3894. Meng Guangzhou's expression changed slightly. He asked himself if he could do this. This was simply unimaginable. Even if he was strong and had amazing divine strength, almost unrivaled like an overlord, surpassing his master by a lot, he still could not do this. How did Princess Anfu do it? Princess Anfu waved her hand. "Come, hurry up and do it, don't just stand there." "This." Meng Guangzhou smiled. "Princess, may I ask, what martial art is this? It's so light and graceful, like dancing, it's really stunning." Princess Anfu cast a sidelong glance at him. "You're really disgusting. It's obviously a mysterious martial art, but you insist on saying it's a dance. You have to belittle and suppress it to show off your ability." Meng Guangzhou was unmoved. He said with a smile, "As far as this one knows, there are no martial arts in the world that can do this. Only those who specialize in dancing can have such beautiful dance step." All right, whatever you say, let's do it." Princess Anfu said impatiently. "What's the point of talking? Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and do it." Meng Guangzhou was embarrassed by her words. He coughed lightly and cupped his fists. "Then this one will have to offend you." Princess Anfu waved her hand, signaling him to stop. Close, frame?" Meng Guangzhou said. "It's better for Princess to make the first move. Otherwise, Princess won't have a chance to make the first move. That would be my fault." Princess Anfu sneered. "If you don't make the first move, then you really won't have a chance to make the first move. Princess, please." Meng Guangzhou smiled. Princess Anfu lightly stomped her foot. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, a crack appeared on the ground. This martial arts platform was made of bluestone, hard and firm. With this stomp, a crack appeared on the bluestone. Meng Guangzhou thought he could smash it with a hammer, but this was just a light stomp from her foot. He couldn't do this no matter what. How much power did this petite body contain? "You still want me to make the first move?" Princess Anfu took a step forward. A clear footprint was branded on the bluestone. It went all the way to her instep, showing how deep the footprint was. "Admirable!" Meng Guangzhou slowly cupped his fists, his voice was hoarse. Princess Anfu said, "Then hurry up. Don't give way, it's so troublesome." She rubbed her stomach impatiently. "I'm already hungry. What are you waiting for? This one will admit defeat," Meng Guangzhou said. Princess Anfu revealed an astonished expression. "Admit defeat?" Meng Guangzhou nodded and looked at the bluestone floor. "Can I touch this stone?" Princess Anfu said, "It's a stone. You can touch it if you want. If you can't, you can take it back and slowly enjoy it. Our Du doesn't lack this stone." "That's good." Meng Guangzhou smiled and said, "Then I will dig this stone and bring it back. Keep digging, keep digging." Princess Anfu said, "Do you really want to admit defeat?" She understood what Meng Guangzhou was trying to do. He wanted to use the marks on the stone to find out the level and depth of her martial art. He also wanted to see if it was real or fake, and if it was a trick. Princess, I am inferior to you in terms of divine strength. Meng Guangzhou nodded happily and turned to face the crowd. He cupped his fists and said, "Everyone can be witnesses. This humble Prince Meng Guangzhou, the 18th Prince of Dakuan, is no match for Princess Anfu today." Princess Anfu frowned and sized him up suspiciously. This Meng Guangzhou was flexible and shameless. He was truly frightening. More importantly, he was incomparably sinister. For him to admit defeat like this, in the eyes of outsiders, it was not that she had defeated him, but that he was letting her win. This instead showed his open-mindedness and magnanimity, displaying his outstanding bearing. Princess Anfu sneered and said, "When you say you admit defeat, others will think that you are letting me win." With her inner force circulating, her eyes and ears were especially sharp. "Haha, it looks like even heroes have a weakness for beauties." After seeing a beauty like Princess Anfu, any man would not be able to do it. There is nothing wrong with admitting defeat on the spot. That's right. Princess Anfu does not need to make a move. If she appears in front of him, he will admit defeat. What do you guys think? Can Princess Anfu defeat him? Fighting and killing is a man's business. How noble and pampered is Her Highness! How can she fight and kill a man? She probably can't defeat him. This Meng Guangzhou is truly a monster. So many famous masters could not even block a single move from him. Could it be that our Yu dynasty really does not have anyone? Isn't there the princess? Once the princess made a move, she subdued him in an instant. This Meng Guangzhou has tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Hearing this, Princess Anfu's jade-like face became even more tense as she glared at him. Then what should we do? Meng Guangzhou acted helpless. He shook his head and said with a smile, "How about we really fight?" He was secretly pleased. Even if Princess Anfu's martial arts were powerful and her divine strength was astonishing, she was still not his opponent. She was just a boorish person with pure martial arts strength. Tactics and intelligence were the source of power. His combination of civil and martial arts was the foundation of his success in every endeavor. By admitting defeat in advance, he had turned the disadvantageous situation into an advantageous one. She could not possibly make a move after he admitted defeat, right? Even if he was no match for her, others would think that he deliberately let her win. It would not be a loss of face. Humph, truly despicable. Princess Anfu said coldly, "Small tricks, laughable." As she spoke, she suddenly waved her sleeve. Bang! Meng Guangzhou shot into the distance as if he was thrown by a catapult. "Oh!" Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Their gazes followed Meng Guangzhou as he flew into the distance. Meng Guangzhou flew more than 100 meters in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground with a bang. Everyone buzzed in discussion. They found it hard to believe. They could not imagine how much power was needed to throw a man more than 100 meters away. Furthermore, Her Highness had only waved her sleeve as if she did not even touch him. Could it be that the two of them were putting on a show? However, this was also impossible. No matter how far Meng Guangzhou could jump, it was impossible for him to jump more than 100 meters. This had already exceeded their imagination. After Meng Guangzhou crashed heavily onto the ground, he used his arms to support himself so that his head did not hit the ground first. Even so, falling from a height of more than a dozen meters still dislocated his internal organs and caused him to spit out blood. Princess Anfu floated down from the platform. Everyone was even more shocked when they saw this. This was not a platform that was 1 or 2 meters tall. It was 10 meters tall and allowed one to see even further. Jumping down was too dangerous. However, she landed on the ground like a feather and slowly walked forward. Everyone could not help but make a path for her. It was as if she was walking slowly with a water-dispelling pearl in her hand. Everyone's gazes followed her and landed on Meng Guangzhou. Meng Guangzhou was lying on the ground, spitting out blood. His face was pale and his forehead was already dripping with sweat. He was also unyielding. He was in extreme pain, but he forcefully endured the humiliation and did not scream. Otherwise, he would have lost all of De Coen's face. However, he was at a loss at this moment. Princess Anfu stood in front of him and snorted with her head lowered. Meng Guangzhou, with this little bit of ability of yours, you can't even withstand a single blow. You still dare to come to our Yu dynasty to strut around? You are truly a frog in a well. Princess, what kind of martial art is this? Meng Guangzhou clenched his teeth and asked with a hoarse voice. Princess Anfu snorted, it's useless even if you know. After you recover, quickly get out of Yu dynasty. After she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Everyone parted to make a path again and watched as she walked out. Then, loud cheers came one after another like thunder. The entire martial arts field seemed to be boiling. Ministry of Rites, take good care of young Master Meng. Zhao Yanqing shouted loudly, let young Master Meng recuperate properly. Yes. An old man among the ministers cupped his fists and bowed. He was beaming with joy. All the ministers stroked their beards and laughed. Chapter 3895. Zhao Yanqing walked in front of Meng Guangzhou. Meng Guangzhou's face was pale but he still maintained his poise. He struggled to stand up and closed fist saluted with a smile. Congratulations, Your Majesty. I didn't expect Princess Anfu to be so powerful. Zhao Yanqing said plainly, Yu dynasty is different from your Great Coen. Great Coen has always followed the law of the jungle. The strong are respected. Yes. Meng Guangzhou wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and forced himself to stay alert. He suppressed the pain in his organs and said slowly, Great Coen has always respected the strong. Zhao Yanqing said, Are you the Great pays particular attention to being upright and peaceful, gentle and smooth like jade, concealing his sharpness? Thank you, Meng Guangzhou said slowly. Zhao Yanqing shook his head and said, He won't easily make a move unless it's a critical moment. The experts on our side are all like this, hiding their strength and not revealing their strength is the highest realm. This time, you were overbearing, forcing Anfu to reveal his methods. Meng Guangzhou smiled. Zhao Yanqing said, Do you still think you're worthy of Anfu? Meng Guangzhou took a deep breath and closed fist saluted. I may not be talented, but I know not to be arrogant in victory or discouraged in defeat. It doesn't matter if I lose this time. I will eventually catch up to the princess. Good ambition. Zhao Yanqing nodded. Then go back and train well. Train for 1,000 years and then come back again. I will. Meng Guangzhou said slowly. Zhao Yanqing waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Song Korn brought his guards and followed behind them. Everyone bowed and paid their respects. After Zhao Yanqing left, the martial arts field became even noisier. People did not want to leave for a long time. No one paid attention to the pale and haggard Meng Guangzhou. He was so weak in front of Princess Anfu that he was not worthy of their attention. They felt that he would never be able to defeat Princess Anfu. However, they were worried. Princess Anfu was so powerful. What kind of son-in-law would she find in the future to subdue her? Then, people became curious. How did Princess Anfu learn this magical ability? Why did the princes and princes not have it? Otherwise, they would have jumped out to teach Meng Guangzhou a lesson. Rui Temple's name was mentioned. Princess Anfu had already returned to Rui Temple. When she entered the main hall of Rui Temple, she saw Chu Li sitting on a cattail hassock and chanting in a low voice. She carefully sat on the cattail hassock opposite him and quietly waited for him. The hall was spacious and empty. There were only a few golden Buddha statues and a few prayer mats. Apart from that, there was nothing else. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing the mind and calming the mind. After a while, Chu Li slowly opened his eyes. Master, Princess Anfu said excitedly, I defeated Meng Guangzhou. Chu Li gently nodded. Princess Anfu stared at his face. Is Master unhappy? What's there to be happy about defeating Meng Guangzhou? Chu Li shook his head. You should be satisfied now. You don't want to cultivate any more, do you? Of course not. Princess Anfu hurriedly said. I feel that cultivating is very interesting, much more interesting than strolling around the capital. Master, I want to continue cultivating. Chu Li said, You've almost mastered the lunar body tuning technique. It's time for you to cultivate something else. Princess Anfu's eyes immediately lit up. Master, what should I practice? Cultivate the heavenly spirit scripture. Chu Li muttered. He had already thought about it. Princess Anfu's body was almost cultivated enough for her to cultivate higher-level antique studies. Moreover, the spiritual energy in this world was so rich that cultivating the heavenly spirit scripture was the best. More importantly, there was the 100,000 hills. This world had the 100,000 hills. Once she cultivated the heavenly spirit scripture, it was very likely that she could enter the 100,000 hills and use the 100,000 hills for her own use. It would be a great help to Princess Anfu. Heavenly spirit scripture? Princess Anfu muttered. Chu Li shook his head and said, It's good that you've heard of it. Yes, Master. I will never teach it to anyone, not even my father or mother. Princess Anfu said. Chu Li smiled. I'll teach you the technique. As he said that, he gently tapped her forehead with his finger. Since she wanted to have a connection with the 100,000 hills, she could not use the distraction technique to secretly cultivate the heavenly spirit scripture. It was better for her to cultivate it herself. It would be purer. After an hour, Princess Anfu came to her senses. Chu Li said, Go ahead. It doesn't matter where you cultivate. Master, I'll come here to cultivate. Cultivating in the Rui Temple is especially fast, Princess Anfu said. Chu Li nodded. It's up to you. Princess Anfu smiled and said, Shall I bring some books over? Chu Li smiled. Princess Anfu knew that he liked to read, so she often brought some books from the palace's treasury. There were all kinds of books, there were all kinds of things written on them. Some of them were even about the planting of plants. He was able to read them with great interest, which greatly surprised Princess Anfu. Princess Anfu bid farewell and left. Just as she opened the main door of the Rui Temple, she was stunned. She saw people kneeling in front of the Rui Temple. There were close to 100 people. Hearing the door open, everyone quickly looked up. When they saw it was Princess Anfu, they were overjoyed. They heard that Princess Anfu was the disciple of the Rui Temple's abbot, the divine monk Dingru, so they came to kneel to show their sincerity. They could not miss such a divine skill. In this world, only someone as remarkable as the divine monk Dingru could teach such a divine skill. Princess Anfu frowned and glanced at them. She scoffed, What are you doing? Master won't be giving lectures in the near future. He needs to cultivate in isolation. If there's anything, we'll talk about it later. A handsome young man closed-fist saluted. Your Highness, will the Master continue to accept disciples? I've never heard Master say that, Princess Anfu said. You want to become his disciple? Yes, yes, the handsome young man nodded. Your Highness, we want to cultivate martial arts with the Master. Oh, we specialize in martial arts. Princess Anfu said, Then I can say it now. The Master will not teach others martial arts. You may leave. We want to meet the Master and ask him face to face, the handsome young man said. Princess Anfu scoffed. Zhengji, what are you doing? What are you doing? Go back and be a corporal. This handsome young man was a squad leader of the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards were all descendants of meritorious officials. Their loyalty was unquestionable. However, because of their extraordinary background, their training was not strict enough, and their skills were sloppy. Zheng Ji had a bit of a relationship with the Empress. He was good at opportunism and kept sticking to the father-in-law's residence. Therefore, he was familiar with Princess Anfu. He knew that Princess Anfu was easygoing, so he spoke casually. Zheng Ji said, "Can't Master Dingru see him?" Princess Anfu said, "The master has been in isolation recently. He won't see outsiders." "Then when will he come out?" Zheng Ji asked. "Who knows?" Princess Anfu said, "It could be a year or so, or it could be 8 to 10 years, or even 100 to 1,000 years. Zheng Ji glanced at the people around him and scoffed. "So many of us have knelt down to invite him, but he can't let the master see us?" Amit Ba. A Buddhist chant rang out, ringing in everyone's ears. Chapter 3896. Princess Anfu, Master. Chuli nodded and glanced at the crowd. He smiled. "Almsgivers, may I know why you're kneeling here?" "Master, I'm Zheng Ji. I want to be your disciple." "Oh." Chuli raised his eyebrows and smiled as he looked at him. He shook his head. "Almsgiver Zheng, your foundation is not good enough. I can't accept you." "Master?" Zheng Ji was surprised. "My foundation is too bad." "Yes." Chuli nodded. "You want to be my disciple and cultivate martial arts?" "Yes." Zheng Ji nodded. "Although I'm interested in Dharma, I know my comprehension is not good enough to understand the subtleties of Dharma." Chuli shook his head and said, "Martial arts also requires an extremely high level of comprehension. Otherwise, it would all be in vain." Zheng Ji frowned. "If that's the case, my comprehension is not good enough to cultivate the master's martial arts?" Chuli shook his head. "Almsgiver Zheng and I are not fated." "Then how can I be fated with the master?" Zheng Ji asked. Chuli smiled. "Whether there is fate or not is not determined by man but by God's will. You can't go against God's will." "Master, aren't you known to be omnipotent? There must be a way." Zheng Ji said, "As long as I can cultivate martial arts with the master, I can pay any price." Chuli pressed his palms together and bowed. "I can only apologize, Almsgiver Zheng. There are many paths in the world. It's not just my path. But only the master has such a profound martial arts technique." Zheng Ji said, "I want to learn a profound martial arts technique to serve the imperial court." Chuli smiled and shook his head. He looked at the crowd and said, "Almsgivers, I don't have any plans to accept a disciple. Please leave." "Master, think about it again. It's a waste to not use such a profound martial arts technique." Zheng Ji said. "Zheng Ji, shut up." Princess Anfu said angrily, "Do you want to force the master to accept a disciple? Even the emperor won't do that. The emperor must want the master to pass on this martial arts technique to benefit the entire Yu dynasty." Chuli smiled and shook his head. "Even if the emperor made such a request, I would still reject it. Almsgiver Zheng, please leave." He glanced at the crowd, put his palms together and bowed with a smile. Then, he turned around and returned to the Rui Temple. None of them had any intention of leaving. "Since the great master doesn't want to accept a disciple, let's just forget about it," someone said in a low voice. "No. If we let it go so easily, our hearts won't be firm enough. Naturally, we'll be looked down upon by the Grandmaster, and we won't have another chance." Could this be the Grandmaster's test? Who knows? What if it's really a test? That makes sense. Princess Anfu arrived in front of Zheng Ji, coldly glared at him and said, "Zheng Ji, who gave you such courage?" Zheng Ji smiled embarrassedly and said, "Your Highness, this lowly one is too eager to learn martial arts. This lowly one is unwilling to give up such an opportunity." "Master doesn't owe you anything," Princess Anfu said snappily. "Do you think everyone has to spoil you?" Zheng Ji said, "Your Highness, please help me plead for leniency." "Give up." Princess Anfu sneered and said, "Master will never accept a disciple like you." Zheng Ji said, "This lowly one will definitely follow the princess' lead." I don't care. Princess Anfu said snappily. Scheming fellow, how annoying. Hurry up and get lost. She glanced at the crowd again and scoffed. There's no point in kneeling here. Since Master has spoken, he will never change his decision. Everyone looked disappointed and unwilling. Princess Anfu snorted, closed the gate of Rui Temple, turned around and fluttered away. Everyone got up and left in twos and threes. Only 9 people remained kneeling on the ground and did not move. These 9 people knelt motionlessly and did not even look at the people around them who were leaving. They were determined and eager to change their fates. No matter what, Master Dingru was an enlightened monk, so he could not just watch them die. They had to kneel here and die. When the crowd saw them kneeling still, they hesitated for a moment and did not continue to kneel. They felt that since the princess and Master Dingru had spoken, they would not change their minds at will. It was useless to kneel. How could it be so easy to become Master Dingru's disciple? Time passed slowly. The people in front of Rui Temple had already dispersed. Only 9 people remained kneeling, unmoving. The sun first moved to the center, then to the west. A day had passed, but the 9 people were still kneeling stiffly. Their bodies were already swaying. Their legs were already numb, as if they were not their own. However, the strong desire to change their fates drove them to overcome the pain in their bodies. Imagining the future of cultivating peerless martial arts gave birth to endless courage. Princess Anfu returned to the imperial palace. When she came to the rear garden, she saw Zhao Yanqing admiring the flowers with his hands behind his back. He was in an extremely good mood, and it was rare for him to be so interested. Imperial father. Princess Anfu went up and hugged his arm, smiling. Am I impressive today? Extremely impressive. Zhao Yanqing exclaimed in admiration. I did not expect you to cultivate to this level. You have truly exceeded everyone's expectations. What about those meddlesome chancellors? Princess Anfu scoffed. Zhao Yanqing smiled and said, They have all shut their mouth. However, they have their eyes on the great master. Princess Anfu sneered. Don't tell me they want Master to hand over his martial arts? I think they have this intention. Zhao Yanqing nodded. The power of this mystical art is too strong. It needs to be controlled by the imperial court. Otherwise, they will be restless. Princess Anfu scoffed. Imperial father, you think so too, don't you? I am not greedy this time. Zhao Yanqing smiled. Princess Anfu tilted her head and looked at him. Really? Zhao Yanqing smiled. Because I know great Master Dingru. He has many powerful abilities. Do you think he will hand them all over to others? Princess Anfu nodded. You are wise, Imperial father. Don't worry. No matter how stupid I am, I will not lose sight of the bigger picture. Zhao Yanqing shook his head. If we really force the great master away, what use is there even if he has great abilities? To him, the most precious thing about Chu Li was his ability to bring the dead back to life. Nothing else could compare to this. Therefore, he would not covet the martial arts to force Chu Li away. Then, Imperial Father, are you going to ignore them? Princess Anfu asked. Master will not hold back. What I say might not be useful. Zhao Yanqing scoffed. He had always been domineering and always kept his word in the imperial court. However, there were always people who did not buy into his words, such as his sons and relatives. Princess Anfu scoffed. I hope they will be smarter. As they spoke, a few palanquins appeared outside the Rui Temple and slowly stopped. The strong bearers held their heads high and puffed out their chests as they stared arrogantly at the Rui Temple. 6 people came down from the palanquins. They were all middle-aged men. Some of them were playing with jade pendants, some were holding tobacco pipes, and some were waving their folding fans. They had a rather carefree temperament and gave off an imposing aura as if they did not care about anything at all. This is the Rui Temple? It is only SOSO. This place is not bad. A handsome middle-aged man waved his folding fan and shook his head. Go up and knock on the door. Yes. One of the bearers answered loudly, and went up to knock on the door of the Rui temple. Bang 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 bang. The bearers punched the door aggressively. Chapter 3897. However, there was no movement at the main gate of Rui Temple, as if no one was guarding it. The 6 middle-aged men smiled as they sized up Rui Temple. They did not care at all. They were of noble status. Even if they knew that the divine monk was highly valued by the emperor, he was still a monk. His status was completely different from their noble families. The noble family's influence was intertwined. Together with the Zhao clan, they were entangled in the entire Yu dynasty. Their branches and leaves were interconnected. If they moved one, they would move the whole group. Therefore, they were fearless. No matter how powerful this divine monk was, they could deal with him. At most, the emperor would scold him or punish him. There would be no other danger. Bam 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 bam. When the strong bearer saw that the main gate was not open, he smashed even harder. Haha, smash. Smash. The middle-aged man waving his fan shouted, I don't believe he won't open the door. The 9 young men kneeling on the ground glared at him but did not dare to say anything. Everyone knew that these people were nobles. If they angered them, even if they did not kill them, they would still be skinned. Footsteps could be heard hurriedly. 18 royal guards ran over and stopped in front of Rui Temple's main gate, blocking everyone's view. Ouch! With a scream, the strong bearer was flung out and fell to the ground. Ouch! Ouch! The strong bearer held his arm and screamed. The 18 royal guards stood coldly at the main gate of Rui Temple and looked at the 6 middle-aged men expressionlessly. Oh, even the royal guards are here. Haha, Princess Anfu must have arranged this. She doesn't want anyone to disturb her master. Then it's okay. No matter how overbearing Princess Anfu is, she can't do anything to us. This monk doesn't know how to appreciate favors. So what if he has some divine power? Yu the Great's empire wasn't built with divine power. That's right. When our ancestors built the empire, this monk wasn't even born yet. Men, continue to smash the door. Yes, young master. Another sturdy bearer stepped forward and walked straight towards the royal guards. They then stuck close to each other and competed with each other, trying to break through the obstruction of the royal guards. However, these 18 royal guards were carefully selected elite. They were not like the other royal guards who just sat around and waited for death. They all had great ambitions. They were physically strong and skilled in martial arts. Facing the strong bearer, the imperial army soldier suddenly flipped his hand and threw the bearer away. The bearer fell on his back, and the back of his head hit the ground with a dull thud. The sedan bearer's body immediately went limp and he laid down on the ground, motionless. How dare you? You actually dared to kill people, and you even killed my people! The middle-aged man waving his folding fan shouted, Who gave you the guts? Marquis Xia, we will act according to the decree. The Imperial Guard soldier said in a deep voice, Anyone who trespasses into Rui Temple without Master Ding Ru's permission will be killed without mercy. This is the Emperor's verbal order. Marquis Xia can personally go to the Imperial Palace to verify it. Lu Dashan, your guts are getting bigger and bigger. Xia Zhongchu raised his voice and shouted, taking the Emperor's verbal order to kill people, what do you mean by intruder without reason? Am I an intruder without reason? He recognized this Imperial Army soldier, Lu Dashan, Lu Guanghai's son, so he could be considered an acquaintance. The relationships between the nobles were complicated and everywhere. Although the capital was large, there were not many nobles. Their social circles were small and they all had friendly relations with each other. Lu Dashan said in a deep voice, Marquis Xia, let me give you a word of advice. Don't go against the Emperor. Since the Emperor has decreed for us to come, it means that he has acknowledged the divine monk's position. Marquis, if you act recklessly, you will only be reprimanded. Reprimand is reprimanded. What is there for me to be afraid of? Xia Zhongchu raised his voice and said, I would like to see if the Emperor will capture me for the sake of a demon monk. Then forgive us for our rudeness. Lu Dashan said coldly, Today, no one should even think about taking a step into Ru-Yi Temple. Yo? Xia Zhongchu said loudly, still trying to be unreasonable with me. Fine, I would like to see what you can do to me. As he spoke, he folded his fan and swaggered forward until he was right in front of Lu Dashan. His nose was almost touching his nose and his breath could be smelled. Lu Dashan's face was gloomy and he did not budge. Xia Zhongchu did not retreat either. Their noses were pressed against each other and their foreheads were slowly pushed up. No matter how hard Xia Zhongchu pushed against Lu Dashan, he could not move him. Lu Dashan had been training hard to build up his strength, and he was in the prime of his life. On the other hand, Xia Zhongchu's body was mostly wasted from alcohol and women. Naturally, he could not move him. The 5 middle-aged nobles and the 17 imperial guards stared at them. Seeing Xia Zhongchu's face red and his veins bulging, but he could not move a single step forward, they were worried for him and secretly encouraged him. Lu Dashan snorted and suddenly leaned forward. Xia Zhongchu fell backwards and almost fell. He retreated in a sorry state and finally steadied himself. He pulled out the saber of a sedan bearer and rushed over. Little bastard, you're looking for death. Lu Dashan said coldly, Marquis Xia, I have to fight back. Don't hurt yourself. All right, come on, I want to see how you're going to kill me. Xia Zhongchu waved his saber, his face full of mockery. All right, old Xia, you're the son of a rich family. Stop. Another nobleman came forward and pressed Xia Zhongchu down. He snatched his saber and returned it to the sedan bearer's waist. He shook his head and said, Dashan, do you really want to block our way? Lu Dashan said stiffly, Marquis Meng, I have a duty to fulfill. I dare not move. Then let's see what you're capable of, Meng Degue said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of footsteps could be heard. 36 strong men came running over with long staves in their hands. They stopped in front of Meng Degue and cupped their fists. Master, beat these bastards away. Meng Degue pointed at the 18 imperial guards. Yes. The 36 strong men shouted in unison, their momentum astonishing. They did not waste any words and waved their long staves as they charged towards the imperial guards. They were all veterans who had retired from the battlefield. They looked like gangsters but were actually disguised. They worked well together and waved their long staves as they charged towards the 18 imperial guards. Get into formation and kill the enemy, Lu Dashan shouted. Clang, clang. The saber was unsheathed and a cold light flashed. The 36 strong men did not care and continued to charge forward. Clanging sounds could be heard as they fought. Xia Zhongchu gave Meng Degue a thumbs up and laughed. Brother Xia, you're amazing. He looked towards the Rui Temple and scoffed. This demonic monk, even the imperial guards can forget about protecting him. Ha ha. Meng Degue laughed. We'll charge in later. These 36 people will surround him. Whether he can stop us or not will depend on his capabilities. If he can't, then it means he's not as powerful as he looks. What if he's really capable? Then we'll punish our subordinates and make them admit their mistakes. We'll also get him to hand over the martial arts manual. That's right. It's best to have this special skill in our hands. If not, if it were to be obtained by other countries and they go against you the Great, there would be endless trouble. The Emperor needs to save face and we'll do it for him. Chapter 38-98. The intense pain from their backs woke them up and they realized that they had fallen to the ground. They quickly looked around and saw the monk in gray robes standing not far from them. Chu Li's robes fluttered as he looked at the two of them calmly. He then glanced at the people who were fighting fiercely before his gaze finally landed on the remaining 4 middle-aged men. He smiled and said, I am Dingru. What can I do for you? Dingru, how dare you to injure us? Xia Zhongchu stood up with the help of one of the bearers. He grinned and shouted, "Do you know who we are?" Chu Li smiled and said, "I am an outsider. Fame and fortune are all fleeting. It doesn't matter if you are a noble or a commoner. Since you dare to be so presumptuous in front of Rui Temple, I can only do so." How arrogant! Xia Zhongchu sneered. "Look at you, you don't even care about the nobles?" Chu Li smiled. "I don't seek wealth or pity. What does that have to do with the nobles? Almsgivers, please leave." As he finished speaking, his figure flashed and turned into a gray shadow. He shuttled through the wooden sticks of the 36 strong men and returned to his original position in the blink of an eye. The 36 strong men were empty-handed as they faced the long swords of the royal guards. The 36 strong men were not fools. They were the surviving elites of the battlefield. When they saw that the situation was not good, they immediately retreated. The royal guards did not go too far either. They did not chase after them but only raised their swords to aim at them. Xia Zhongchu and the other 5 men's expressions changed as they stared at Chu Li. They knew that Chu Li was powerful, or else he would not have trained such a powerful Princess Anfu. However, they did not know how powerful he was. They felt that no matter how powerful he was, he would still be in a difficult situation when faced with 36 veterans. As long as they could subdue him and strip him of his radiance, the emperor wouldn't value him that much and lose his prestige among the common people. From then on, he would be like a fish on a chopping board. They were very familiar with this set of tactics. They did not expect Chu Li to be so powerful. He was so powerful that they could not defeat him even with so many people. Chu Li stepped in front of Xia Zhongchu and Meng Degue and calmly bowed with pressed palms. "Almsgivers, let's call it a day. Please leave. Rui Temple does not welcome 6 almsgivers." He glanced at the remaining 4 people, his gaze calm. The 6 of them were terrified. They felt an indescribable terror, as if they were facing an enormous beast that could swallow them in one gulp. They quickly suppressed their fear and flew into a rage. A dignified marquis was actually afraid of a monk. It was simply a disgrace. As soon as Chu Li finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. Xia Zhongchu stared coldly at Rui Temple, his eyes burning like torches. Beside him, Meng Degue frowned and snorted coldly. "What an unbridled demonic monk! What's the solution?" Xia Zhongchu lowered his voice. Meng Degue said, "There are plenty of ways to deal with him. First, we'll spread the news that he's a demonic monk, then we'll use the public's will to force His Majesty to chase him away." Xia Zhongchu asked in a low voice, "Will this move work?" "It will definitely work." Meng Degue said in a low voice, "The officials in the imperial court hate this kind of people the most. As long as we take the lead, they will naturally attack us together." "Let's do that then." Xia Zhongchu snorted. Meng Degue nodded lightly. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The undercurrents in the imperial court were all about Rui Temple. They were all about whether the emperor was treating a monk too well. He hadn't done any meritorious service, yet he was rewarded so generously. Where did this place the soldiers who fought on the battlefield? Zhao Yanqing was well informed and had long known about it, but he was too lazy to care. Even if there were warnings, he did not voice them, leaving the officials with no place to use them. During the morning assembly, Zhao Yanqing glanced at the officials and saw them exchanging glances. He knew what they wanted to do, so he coughed softly and said, "My dear officials, I have received a piece of news." Everyone was solemn. Zhao Yanqing said, "The Grand Tutor of Dakuan, Lu Tianhai, has left Dakuan and is coming to Diu." The officials' faces changed slightly. "Your Majesty, is he here to seek revenge for 18th Prince?" Su Changfeng, the head of the officials, asked in a low voice. Zhao Yanqing snorted. "If not, why would the Grand Tutor of Dakuan leave Dakuan?" Su Changfeng said, "Your Majesty, It is said that the Grand Tutor of Dakuin is a powerful figure. Not only is he wise, but he is also skilled in martial arts. He can be said to be invincible in defeating Dakuin. He is known as the best in the world. Zhao Yanqing sneered. The best in the world? Su Changfeng said, Your Majesty, he will definitely challenge Master Dingru. That's only natural. Su, say something useful. Zhao Yanqing said angrily. Don't think about how to mess with people all day long. Think about how to share my burden. Yes. Su Changfeng cupped his fists and bowed. He knew that the emperor was taking the opportunity to warn the officials. Obviously, the emperor wanted to protect Dingru at all costs and could not alienate him. Su Changfeng knew the reason, but he could not tell the officials. Moreover, as the head of the officials, if he completely relied on the emperor, he would be isolated by the officials and be labeled as a flatterer. Tell me, how should we deal with it? Zhao Yanqing snorted. Su Changfeng pondered for a while and said, Your Majesty, in my opinion, we should ask Master Dingru to take action. Ask him to meet the Grand Tutor of Dakuin and defeat him at the border. If anything happens to him after he enters Dayu's territory, it will be troublesome. Very well, Zhao Yanqing said plainly. However, Dingru is enough to deal with him. He understood Su Changfeng's concerns. No matter how powerful the Grand Tutor of Dakuin was, he was only one person. If Daning took the opportunity to assassinate him and the Grand Tutor of Dakuin died in Dayu's territory, a war between Dayu and Dakuin would break out, and Daning would reap the benefits. Su Changfeng said, Your Majesty, although the princess is skilled in martial arts, her status and seniority are different. The Grand Tutor of Dakuin might not agree. Zhao Yanqing frowned and pondered. He got up and paced back and forth on the steps with his hands behind his back, making the officials' hearts beat faster. They did not know why Zhao Yanqing was hesitating. Could it be that he did not have confidence in Master Dingru and was afraid that he could not defeat the Grand Tutor of Dakuin? Su Changfeng understood. He gave a fist salute and said, Your Majesty, let Master Dingru bring the Imperial House protectors and take the fastest route. They will be able to return very quickly. It will probably take less than a month. A month, Zhao Yanqing muttered. This made the officials even more determined to chase him away. It seemed that the emperor was not worried that Master Dingru could not defeat the Grand Tutor of Dakuin, but that he did not want to leave. Your Majesty, since Master Dingru is not at the Compliance Temple, the princess does not have to go, Su Changfeng said. Zhao Yanqing said slowly, Forget it. I will have to trouble the master to make a trip. Gu Yuanhe, go and ask the master for his opinion. Yes. Gu Yuanhe bowed and left the basilica. The officials looked at each other and then at each other. You may leave. Zhao Yanqing waved his hand, turned around, and left the basilica. Everyone walked out of the basilica and gathered in groups of 2s and 3s to discuss and shake their heads. Gu Yuanhe arrived outside the Compliance Temple and gently knocked on the door. The soldiers of the Imperial military helped to push the door open. Gu Yuanhe walked to the basilica and gave a fist salute with a smile. The Grand Tutor of Dakuin. Chu Li sat on the cattail hassock and faced the golden Buddha statue, deep in thought. Chapter 3899. Gu Yuanhe smiled and said, Master, this state teacher of Dakuin is also an extraordinary person. He is the #1 expert in Dakuin and is said to have divine martial arts technique. The 18th prince who came last time is his disciple. Chu Li nodded. The disciple is no match for the master, so the master personally intervenes. This doesn't seem like something a royal advisor would do. Gu Yuanhe shook his head and smiled. If it were someone else, they wouldn't have done that. However, this Imperial Tutor Dakuin is a straightforward person. He does whatever he wants and pays particular attention to letting nature take its course. So it's this kind of person. Interesting. Chu Li nodded. He was also curious about what kind of person the Grand Teacher De Kuan was. After coming to this world, he had met many people, but those who truly impressed him were the ancient people. He had never met anyone from the present. Gu Yuanhe smiled and said, His Majesty is extremely reluctant, but there's no other way. None of us can deal with the Grand Preceptor of the Great Kuan Empire, so we have to rely on you. Chu Li said, Actually, Princess Anfu is enough. Our statuses are not equal, Gu Yuanhe said helplessly. If the princess really goes over, De Kuan will definitely turn hostile. Chu Li smiled. If he wants to challenge me, he'll have to get past the princess first. As for his identity, it still depends on his strength. If he's strong enough, then there's no need to mention it. If he's not strong enough, then what's the point of talking about identity? Gu Yuanhe felt helpless. Naturally, he did not dare to threaten Chu Li with his words. He was just surprised. Chu Li said, The Butian Tower still has some loose ends to clean up. It's better for me to stay in the capital. Yes, I will report this to His Majesty. Gu Yuanhe's expression changed slightly. He put his palms together and bowed. Then, he left the main hall and returned to the Xian Yuan Hall. Zhao Yanqing heard him say this and smiled. This is exactly what I was thinking. It is indeed not suitable for Great Master to leave the capital. Even if there is no heaven-mending tower, there could be other assassins. Gu Yuanhe said, Yes. He would never interfere in court affairs, and he would not say a word more. However, Zhao Yanqing didn't let him off. Gu Yuanhe, in your opinion, let Anfu deal with De Kuan's national teacher. Is it possible? Gu Yuanhe said, Grandmaster must be confident. He didn't want to get involved in court politics in order to avoid getting into trouble, but the Emperor's words couldn't be perfunctory, and he didn't dare to deceive the Emperor. He definitely couldn't escape the Emperor's shrewd eyes. He understood the Emperor, and the Emperor also understood him. Zhao Yanqing gently nodded. That's true. How about this, let the Crown Prince follow as well. That should be enough to give face to the Imperial Tutor, right? Your Majesty is wise. Gu Yuanhe cupped his fist. Zhao Yanqing said, With Anfu around, there is no need to worry about the Crown Prince's safety. Yes, Gu Yuanhe said. Master, disciple is going on a long journey. Princess Anfu sat on the cattail hassock opposite Chu Li. She frowned and said, I'm going to deal with that Grand Tutor De Kuan. Does Master have any instructions? Protect the Crown Prince. Chu Li thought for a while. I'll teach you a set of swordsmanship. As he spoke, his left index finger gently pressed on the space between Princess Anfu's eyebrows. Princess Anfu smiled and closed her eyes. With a loud boom, her eyes lit up. Then, she held a long sword in her hand and slowly waved it. Her murderous intent soared to the sky. After a quarter of an hour, she slowly opened her eyes. The basilica was empty. Chu Li's figure was nowhere to be seen. She lowered her head and saw that her clothes were wet. She was sweating like rain and her hair was stuck to her forehead. After activating her inner energy, a mist immediately filled the air. After a while, it dissipated and became clean and tidy again. She shouted, Master, disciple is going. Chu Li's voice lingered in her ears. Go, be careful of an ambush. Yes, Princess Anfu replied and turned to leave the Rui Temple. The next morning, 2 horses galloped out of the capital and headed south. Princess Anfu was dressed in a tight outfit with an ancient colorful long sword hanging on her waist. She was dressed as a handsome man and exuded a heroic spirit. The other horse was a handsome young man. He was the Crown Prince of Diu, Zhao Jingli. He was riding on the horse and looked around in high spirit. Sixth brother, you finally came out to relax. Princess Anfu's delicate body rose and fell with the horse's back, harmonious and elegant. If it wasn't for this errand, you'd be rusty. She sympathized with this Crown Prince brother. Ever since he became the Crown Prince, He needed to learn how to deal with state affairs. He stayed in the meeting hall all day and listened to the ministers discuss the world's major events. He was so young but had to live like an old man. It was like a horse with a rein pulling a carriage. She felt uncomfortable. Zheng Yuanli smiled. Little sister, I'm not as free as you. It's hard to be the crown prince, but it's also fun. What fun is there? Princess Anfu curled her lip. You can't decide everything. Father still has the final say. You still have to suffer in the middle, just like this time. Zheng Yuanli smiled and shook his head. They don't know Master's divine power. It's inevitable that they would think that way. If it wasn't for Master stopping me, I'd definitely teach them a lesson. Princess Anfu said disdainfully. They want to control who I worship as my master. Aren't they stretching their hands too far? Zheng Yuanli smiled. They had different standpoints. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. Zheng Yuanli said, Little sister, this divine monk is becoming more and more mysterious. He doesn't meet anyone. What's the matter? Princess Anfu smiled. Master just likes peace and quiet. It's not like he's arrogant. His temperament is very good. He's gentle and gentle, like a spring breeze. Zheng Yuanli nodded. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely pay him a visit. I still have to ask Master for his opinion. Princess Anfu smiled. She did not dare to make a rash decision. Although Chuli was gentle and gentle, he had a deep majesty. As his cultivation level increased, Princess Anfu could feel his strength more and more. He was like a towering mountain or a vast ocean. This made her feel close to him but also respectful. Zheng Yuanli whipped his horse and smiled. Little sister, I'll leave everything to you. Go. Princess Anfu smiled and also whipped her horse to gallop. Zheng Yuanli's body was abnormally strong. After all, he was a descendant of the royal family. He was well dressed and ate a lot of treasures. He galloped for 3 days in one go. The horses under him were also extraordinary. They were not tired after a day of galloping. They rested for a night and continued galloping like the wind the next day. On the evening of the 3rd day, Princess Anfu and Zheng Yuanli were galloping on an official road. There were dense forests on both sides and mountains in the distance. They were about to enter a mountain road. She suddenly frowned and raised her voice. Sixth brother, stop. Nay. The 2 horses stopped. Princess Anfu jumped onto the treetop beside her. Her toes stepped on the soft treetop and moved with the wind. Zheng Yuanli was speechless. This was beyond the scope of martial arts. Princess Anfu gently jumped back onto the saddle. Little sister, what's wrong? Zheng Yuanli asked hurriedly. Princess Anfu said, There's an ambush in front. De Koan's people arrived first? Zheng Yuanli asked with a frown. They were still far from the border. However, Grand Preceptor De Koan's people would not wait for them at the border. They would definitely rush forward. According to their route, they might encounter them in 1 or 2 days. Chapter 3900. These guys came with ill intentions. Are they coming for us? Zheng Yuanli asked. Black clothes meant that they would move more covertly at night, indicating that they would not do things openly. Princess Anfu frowned and muttered, They might not be coming for us. They might be coming for State Preceptor De Koan or even someone else. It's better for us to hide and go back. She would not act recklessly just because she was skilled in martial arts. It was an army of more than 100 people. She was not afraid, and so was sixth brother. There's a small town behind. Let's rest there for a day and leave tomorrow, Zheng Yuanli said. He did not have any competitive thoughts. At this level, the position of emperor was within reach. There was no need to be competitive or prove his strength. He only needed to act rationally. Let's go. Princess Anfu heaved a sigh of relief and turned her horse around. She was most afraid that sixth brother would act rashly and force his way through, or that he would take action when he saw injustice. Jing Yuanli turned his horse around and the two walked back along the official road. It would only take them half a day to return to the small town. They would rest for a day before continuing their journey. The ambush must have left. An hour later, Princess Anfu suddenly said, "Sixth brother, stop." Jing Yuanli pulled the reins. With a neigh, the steed came to an abrupt halt and stood firmly on its hind legs. Jing Yuanli sat upright, displaying his excellent horsemanship. He chuckled and said, "Little sister, there won't be another ambush, right?" Princess Anfu's beautiful face tightened as she slowly nodded. She leaped up and floated to the top of the tallest tree on the side of the road. She looked up and her eyes suddenly emitted a bright light, scaring Jing Yuanli. He quickly averted his eyes, not daring to look her in the eye. After a moment, she lightly landed on the saddle and said slowly, "Sixth brother, you're right. There's another ambush?" Jing Yuanli frowned. "They're together. They're all wearing black clothes, and their weapons are the same. Their auras are similar too." Princess Anfu nodded. "They're obviously together. They should be flanking us from the front and back." "Then who are they targeting?" Jing Yuanli felt something was wrong. "Don't tell me they're targeting us. We can only think like this and prepare for the worst." Princess Anfu said, "Let's try heading east." "Let's go." Jing Yuanli nodded. The two of them turned their horses around and passed through a small path in the forest. They continued eastward for more than 20 li, passing through a small hill. When they finally arrived at the official road, Princess Anfu stopped again. She leaped up and landed on a treetop. After observing for a while, she shook her head. "There's also an ambush. Sixth brother, they are indeed coming for us. There should be people flanking us from the west as well." Jing Yuanli sneered and said, "Our whereabouts are kept secret. Almost no one knows." Princess Anfu slowly nodded. "Then I got it from De Kuan. I guessed Nation Preceptor De Kuan's itinerary and calculated the time of Imperial Father's meeting." "Could it be De Kuan?" Jing Yuanli snorted. Princess Anfu said, "Whoever benefits, that's who." "Daning," Jing Yuanli said slowly with a gloomy face. "Yuda was located in the north, De Shual was in the west, De Kuan was in the east, and Daning was in the south. Yuda and Daning were not connected, separated by De Shual and De Kuan. Daning and De Kuan had always been at odds. Once De Kuan and Yuda went to war, Daning would benefit the most. As the crown prince, he had been focusing on state affairs recently and knew the relationship between the four states like the back of his hand. He immediately deduced that they were from Daning. "How dare they?" Jing Yuanli said in a low voice. Princess Anfu said, "If the benefits are big enough, then the courage is big enough. Killing sixth brother and framing De Kuan is very beneficial to Daning. How can they resist such a temptation?" "Little sister, what should we do?" Jing Yuanli asked. He was heavy-hearted. Since Daning had decided to act, it must be foolproof. It was too late to send reinforcements, so they could only rely on his little sister. It was said that his little sister's martial arts skills were amazing, but no matter how amazing, she was helpless against an ambush by the army. Princess Anfu said, "We can only escape. Head west." "There's also an ambush in the west," Jing Yuanli said. "Let's go first," Princess Anfu said. "Little sister, are you confident?" Jing Yuanli stared into her eyes and said in a low voice, "Can we escape? If we can't, I'll write a will and kill myself, so that I won't fall into their hands." Although he was afraid of death, he was even more afraid of being captured by Daning and used to threaten you the Great. If that happened, he would not be able to redeem himself even if he died 100 times, and he would not be able to face his ancestors. Princess Anfu said, "Don't worry, sixth brother. There'll be a way. We have to adapt to the situation." "All right, I'll believe you this time," Jing Yuanli nodded helplessly. In such a desperate situation, it was useless to say anything more. They could only try their luck. If they failed, it would not be too late to die. He was also afraid of death, especially since he was destined to ascend the throne. He would not be willing to die without being an emperor for even a day. Princess Anfu whipped her horse and turned to the west. She followed another road and galloped west. After traveling for 10 miles, she suddenly stopped. "We met again?" Zheng Yuanli asked. Princess Anfu nodded slowly. She suddenly looked up at the sky. The blue sky was clear and there were no clouds in 10,000 miles. Zheng Yuanli looked up as well, but he only saw 2 small black dots. They were faintly discernible, so he could not be sure. However, Princess Anfu could clearly see that they were 2 goshawks circling in the sky. 4 sharp gazes were fixed on her. She seemed to be facing the 4 eyes. The untamed gazes seemed to be piercing into her heart. Princess Anfu snorted. "So it's these 2 beasts." "What beasts?" Zheng Yuanli asked. Princess Anfu said, "There are 2 goshawks staring at us in the sky, so they know where we are and are surrounding us. They're so high there's nothing we can do." Zheng Yuanli frowned. Princess Anfu smiled. "That's simple. Abandon the horses and enter the forest." Zheng Yuanli said, "As you wish, do as you see fit." He had no other choice but to place his hopes on Princess Anfu. Seeing that she was full of confidence, he also became confident. The 2 horses were tied to a tree at the side. Princess Anfu patted the 2 horses and comforted them. Then, she entered the forest with Zheng Yuanli. The 2 goshawks in the sky immediately sped up, but they did not swoop down. Princess Anfu pulled Zheng Yuanli's arm and swept through the forest like a shadow. They were like a fish swimming freely in the water. The branches and leaves in front of them were unobstructed. Very quickly, they galloped for more than 10 miles and saw a group of people dressed in black riding on black horses. Zheng Yuanli's eyes widened, and his breathing became tense. He saw that these men in black were all holding crossbows. They maintained a distance and quickly walked forward. They took large strides, but they were still able to maintain the distance between each other. He felt despair. It was impossible for the 2 of them to escape from their encirclement without a sound. Once the crossbows were fired, no matter how strong their martial arts were, it would be useless. Princess Anfu pulled him and turned around, heading east. After walking for less than a mile, they ran into the men in black again. They had already tightened their encirclement to about a mile, and they were still closing in quickly. Princess Anfu shook her head and turned left again. She looked up at the sky, and the 2 goshawks were still circling. Zheng Yuanli said in a low voice, "Little sister, you go first. Don't worry, we can escape." Princess Anfu said in a low voice. Chapter 39:01. Zheng Yuanli shook his head with a bitter smile. Standing here, he could see the black-clothed men on all sides. Although they were hidden in the forest, their figures were indistinct, but they were not non-existent. They had already surrounded them, so there was no way to escape. They could only force their way through. But how could they break through the crossbow's coverage by force? Princess Anfu shouted, "Who are you people?" The black-clothed men slowly approached, aiming their crossbows at them. A middle-aged man stood tall, like a crane among chickens. He shouted, "Obediently surrender, and we won't take your lives. Otherwise, we can only silence you." Princess Anfu scoffed, "You dare to kill us?" "Hee." The middle-aged man sneered. "Don't think that you can be unscrupulous just because you're a descendant of the emperor. We're under orders to either capture you alive or kill you." Princess Anfu glanced at Zheng Yuanli. "Sixth brother, looks like you came prepared." Sigh. Zheng Yuanli sighed. "Little sister, let's get ready to leave." A pill had already slipped into his palm. As long as he swallowed it, he would die immediately. It was extremely poisonous. Princess Anfu suddenly stretched out her palm and patted his back. He suddenly couldn't move. He realized his surroundings had become quiet, and all sounds had disappeared. It was as if he had become deaf, falling into a completely silent world. He widened his eyes and looked at Princess Anfu. Suddenly, He put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. He didn't understand, so he looked around. The black-clothed men around him were at a loss. Their eyes lost focus, and they became absent-minded. They didn't move at all, letting the crossbows in their hands slip off. Then, they followed the crossbows and fell to the ground. Suddenly, he was patted on his back again. The silent world shattered, and sounds poured into his ears. There was the sound of the wind blowing through the treetops, and the chirping of birds in the distance. Other than that, there were no other sounds. He looked at the black-clothed men who had fallen into 4 pieces, then looked at Princess Anfu. "Little sister, what divine power is this?" In his opinion, this had already surpassed the scope of martial art. It was a divine power. Princess Anfu said, "It's just the god-shaking technique. It's a small path, not a divine power." This was something that Chu Li had stuffed into her body when he was using the distraction skill. She had always been curious about it, but she never had the chance to use it fully. This time, she had already thought of using this skill, and it was indeed powerful. These men in black were all valiant soldiers, but when he spat out the name of Buddha, they were like delicate babies who had no power to resist. "Little sister, was this also taught by Grandmaster?" Jing Yuanli hurriedly asked. Princess Anfu said with a smile, "Could it be that I'm self-taught? I don't have that kind of ability." "Sixth brother, should we properly investigate the origins of these guys? This kind of thing should be left to the professionals." Jing Yuanli shook his head. He didn't want to dirty Princess Anfu's hands. Extorting a confession by torture wasn't something an ordinary person could handle. He didn't want Princess Anfu to become ruthless. Princess Anfu nodded. She stepped forward and collected the crossbows one by one, creating a large pile. Jing Yuanli stepped forward and inspected the crossbows one by one. His expression became more and more gloomy. "Is there something wrong with these crossbows? Could it be ours?" Princess Anfu asked. Jing Yuanli nodded slowly. "This is also a common thing." Princess Anfu comforted, "There will always be a few scum. We just have to find them." "Little sister, it's not that simple." Jing Yuanli shook his head and said, "In order to prevent this kind of situation, the crossbows are inspected layer by layer. They supervise each other. Even if there are 1 or 2 scum, they can't take out the crossbows." "But now, then it's a nest?" Princess Anfu said. Jing Yuanli gritted his teeth and said, "This is the corruption of a military town. Then we'll deal with this military town." Princess Anfu disapproved. Jing Yuanli said, "Little sister, you don't know the seriousness of this matter. Once the military town is in turmoil, it will affect the morale of the army. If the enemy takes the opportunity to attack, it is very likely that they will be routed. The entire situation at the border will be corrupted." Princess Anfu frowned and said, "But we can't play dumb, right? This matter must be investigated strictly." Zheng Yuanli said in a deep voice. Princess Anfu said, "Report this matter to Imperial Father. Let Imperial Father worry about it. There will always be a way. As the Crown Prince, I have to share Imperial Father's worries. How can I let Imperial Father worry about everything?" Zheng Yuanli shook his head. Princess Anfu said with a smile, "Imperial Father has an unknown power on his side. He can solve this smoothly. Sixth brother, the reinforcements are too slow. We still have to hurry and meet Imperial Advisor De Kuan." She suddenly said, "Hey, they're here. It's not too late." Zheng Yuanli nodded in satisfaction. After a while, footsteps could be heard. More than 200 armored soldiers ran over. They arrived in front of Zheng Yuanli and Princess Anfu and instantly surrounded them. A sturdy middle-aged man said loudly, "Little Huang Chun greets Your Highness the Crown Prince and Your Highness the Princess." Zheng Yuanli nodded. "Huang Chun, why are you here?" He remembered that Huang Chun was a general in the western region. He was brave and famous. He didn't expect to see him here. This little one was ordered to guard Wanhua City. Huang Chun said, "Under His Majesty's orders, I came to welcome the Crown Prince and Your Highness the Princess." "Oh, I see." Jing Yuanli said, "These guys are helpless. Interrogate them personally. Also these." He pointed at the pile of crossbows and winked. Huang Chun waved his hand. More than 200 elite soldiers retreated and quickly disappeared. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please speak," Huang Chun said in a deep voice. Jing Yuanli explained his suspicions in detail and said with a sullen face, "General Huang, I trust you. The less you know about this, the better." "This little one understands," Huang Chun said slowly. His heart sank. This was a terrible task. If he was not careful, his future would be ruined. Jing Yuanli said, "Little sister and I still have to welcome Imperial Advisor De Kuan. Do your job well." "Yes," Huang Chun said. He was already a step late and couldn't help them in time. He also didn't have the face to follow them. Moreover, it was useless even with so many people surrounding them. They would only be a burden if they followed. It was better for them to go alone. Princess Anfu and Jing Yuanli left and traveled for another day. In the evening of the second day, they met a group of people who were slowly moving forward. It was Imperial Advisor De Kuan's group. Jing Yuanli and Princess Anfu went forward and stood in the middle of the road to block them. Soon they were questioned. An old man with white eyebrows and beard rode over. When he saw the two of them, he cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince and Your Highness." Jing Yuanli cupped his fists and said calmly, "May I know where the Imperial Advisor is?" "This little one will go and report," the old man said respectfully. He turned around and rode back. When he reached a sedan chair 100 meters away, he stuck his head out and whispered a few words. The sedan chair was put down, and a handsome middle-aged man slowly stepped out. His eyes were bright and he was tall and slender. He wore a loose robe that fluttered in the wind. He looked like an immortal. "I am Imperial Advisor De Kuan, Lu Tianhai. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince and Your Highness." The handsome middle-aged man cupped his fist. His robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked extraordinary. Princess Anfu said lightly, "Imperial Advisor, are you here because of Meng Guangzhou?" Her voice was cold, but it exploded in Lu Tianhai's ears like thunder. Lu Tianhai's face changed slightly. His body swayed a little, but he quickly covered it up. Chapter 39:02. His expression was solemn as he said slowly, "It seems that Princess has misunderstood. I am not here for my disciple. I heard that your nation has a divine monk, so I want to pay a visit." Princess Anfu said, "My master is in seclusion and no longer cares about worldly affairs. If you really want to visit my master, then forget it. There is no need to do it yourself. Just return to Great Kuan." Lu Tianhai smiled. "Since when can a disciple make decisions for his master? Is it because of Your Highness's identity?" Princess Anfu snorted and said, "My master does not care about my identity. Before I came, he personally said that he did not wish to see the state preceptor. Even if the state preceptor went, my master would not meet him." "Ha!" Lu Tianhai shook his head and smiled. "When he arrives at Great Yu's capital, it's no longer up to him. Is your nation's emperor going to ignore my request? Imperial father won't go against my master's wishes." Princess Anfu snorted. "I heard that you are Great Kuan's #1 expert. Unfortunately, your disciple is unworthy and your martial arts are sloppy and ordinary. It's really a pity. It's hard to avoid people suspecting that you don't live up to your reputation." "My title of the world's #1 expert is not self-proclaimed," Lu Tianhai said indifferently. "Whether it's not live up to your reputation is not something Your Highness needs to worry about. I came here today to ask for advice from you. You won't be afraid, right?" Princess Anfu said with a smile. "I am not someone who bullies others." Lu Tianhai shook his head. "If your master comes, I will fight and compare martial arts. But your highness, he is a generation lower. If you win against me, it will be an unfair victory. If you lose, you will be ridiculed by the world. Why would I do such a thing? Princess Anfu nodded. Master also said that you will cherish your reputation and won't dare to fight. Lu Tianhai smiled and didn't mind. He was secretly apprehensive of Princess Anfu. Based on what she just did, he couldn't withstand it. If he fought, he might not win, so he had to be careful. Princess Anfu squinted her eyes and sized him up. Since he had seen Meng Guangzhao's injuries, and that Meng Guangzhao couldn't even withstand a single move, as his master, he still dared to come and get back at Meng Guangzhao. Obviously, he had something to rely on. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked for humiliation and made a fool of himself. He could not be careless and lose his master's face. Princess Anfu said, "If you don't defeat this little girl today, State Preceptor won't be able to pass." Since when did Her Royal Highness start the business of cutting roads? Lu Tianhai shook his head and laughed. Isn't this unbecoming of the princess? Princess Anfu said impatiently, "What status? Today we are here to respect the strong. Let's discard those worldly fame and status restrictions. Let's see whose martial skill is higher." "All right." Zhao Jingli clapped his hands and praised. "These words are very heroic. Imperial Preceptor, please don't decline anymore. Otherwise people will really laugh at you. It's fine if you can't afford to win, but can't you even afford to lose?" "Ha!" Lu Tianhai shook his head and sighed. "Since you insist on fighting, I will agree. Please." "Very good." Princess Anfu snorted. After she finished speaking, she lightly pressed her palm forward. Her small white hand was delicate and warm, as if it was carved out of white jade. It was so beautiful that it made people's hearts tremble. Lu Tianhai met it with his right palm and slashed at her white wrist. His movement was like lightning. It was obvious that his strength and speed were astonishing. This was his innate talent. Since he was young, his divine strength was astonishing, and his speed far surpassed ordinary people. This was his innate talent, and not acquired through cultivation. When he used the same martial skill, the power he displayed was far superior to others. From there, he stood out and finally became the world's #1 expert. Just as Lu Tianhai's hand blade was about to hit, Princess Anfu turned her hand and met it with her palm. The palm blade and the jade palm collided, giving off an ear-piercing chi sound, as if a knife had scratched a rock. Princess Anfu took a step back and looked down at her palm. There was already a bloody mark, as if it had really been cut by a long blade. "What kind of martial skill is this?" Princess Anfu was surprised. Lu Tianhai said slowly, "Blood-congealing blade." "Princess is very powerful. You should have inner strength, right?" Princess Anfu said, "You know about inner strength? If I didn't have inner strength, this blade would have been enough to cut off Princess' hand." Lu Tianhai said in a low voice, "You really are remarkable to be able to cultivate inner strength. I really underestimated that great master Ding Ru." He knew that there was no way to cultivate inner strength in this world, but it was extremely difficult to use a mystical item to transform spiritual chi into inner strength and break through the shackles. Such a mystical item was hard to find in this world. He already understood that Princess Anfu definitely had such a mystical item, and he had to obtain it. As long as he obtained it, he would be able to make the 18th prince a top-notch expert and make a name for himself. Just like this time, Great Master Ding Ru's methods were even better than his own. He had sent a disciple to fight, which was far better than him personally fighting. Unfortunately, he did not trust Meng Guangzhao. Meng Guangzhao's ambition was too great. Once he obtained his mystical item and displayed inner strength, he would no longer be able to control him. However, if he had another treasure, Meng Guangzhao would no longer be a concern, and he could even become his sharpest blade. Thinking of this, His gaze was eager. He stared at Princess Anfu and said with a smile, "Your Highness, I will not be merciful in my next move." Princess Anfu said coldly, "You speak as if you are being merciful." She knew that Lu Tianhai also possessed inner strength. If she wanted to win, she would have to go all out. Her cultivation was a level higher than his. After all, she had received her master's enlightenment technique. However, if she did not go all out, he might reverse the situation. At that time, she really would not have the face to face her master. She pressed on the hilt of her sword and slowly unsheathed it. The long sword suddenly shone so brightly that Zhao Jingli did not dare to look at it directly. Lu Tianhai's expression changed greatly. His whole body was cold. He felt a fatal danger coming from this sword. His intuition told him to quickly escape, the further the better. He definitely could not block this sword. Thinking of this, he shouted, "Your Highness, do you want to kill me? Whether you die or not depends on your luck." Princess Anfu was not affected. Even if she killed him, her master could save him. However, if she held back, she might be the one to die. Thinking of this, she activated the heaven-murdering sword technique without hesitation. With a flash of sword light, she disappeared with the long sword and appeared in front of Lu Tianhai. The long sword thrust forward, but it was blocked by a dazzling light screen. It could not advance even an inch. It was only 1 inch away from Lu Tianhai's chest. However, this 1 inch was like a natural moat. No matter how hard she tried, she could not pierce through it. Lu Tianhai, who was behind the light screen, revealed a proud smile. "Your Highness, you are not the only one with a mystical item. I also have 1 or 2. Princess Anfu frowned. "What mystical item is this?" "Time umbrella." Lu Tianhai smiled. "I obtained it from the ancient ruins." "What a great time umbrella!" Princess Anfu felt the tyrannical rebound from the tip of the sword and snorted, "But how long can this time umbrella of yours last?" "As long as it takes." Lu Tianhai smiled. "The key is that I am going to counterattack now." As he said that, a small knife appeared in his sleeve. It was sparkling and warm like an ice sculpture. This is also a mystical item. It can directly cut the soul. Princess Anfu frowned. Chapter 3903. Princess Anfu frowned as she stared at the knife. Feeling a fatal threat, she scoffed. "Royal advisor, you want to kill me? Have you thought of the result?" "I can't care so much." Lu Tianhai smiled proudly. "Also, Your Highness has underestimated Great Kuan. If the 2 nations go to war, it might be a chance for Great Kuan to rise." Princess Anfu sneered. "Does Great Kuan really have the confidence to defeat you the Great? Although Great Kuan was powerful, it could not suppress you the Great. That was why the 2 nations restrained each other. Otherwise, they would have fought a long time ago. As long as I defeat Your Highness and take care of Monk Dingru, you the Great will not be a problem," Lu Tianhai said. Princess Anfu curled her lips and sneered disdainfully. "You sure talk big. You want to take care of Master with your meager abilities? What a joke. Master only has inner energy." "It's not surprising," Lu Tianhai said. "In this world where inner force couldn't be used, having inner force was like a lion entering a flock of sheep. It was truly invincible. He already had inner force, so the monk Dingru should also have inner force. With a treasure like the soul-severing saber, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill the monk. Unfortunately, soul-severing knife was his biggest trump card, but he had to expose it today. Even if he had inner energy, he would not be able to stop his soul from being killed. He would still be invincible." "Heh!" Princess Anfu's mockery grew. "Royal advisor, you're really a frog at the bottom of a well. You think inner energy is enough? What a joke." She knew how terrifying martial arts could be with inner energy. Inner energy was only the lowest level. With the same cultivation level, the difference in martial arts was like clouds and mud. This was where her confidence came from. Lu Tianhai narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Unfortunately, you won't be able to see me kill Monk Dingru. I'll send you on your way first." With that, he tossed the knife lightly. The knife disappeared without a trace. It was impossible to guard against. Ding! The knife fell to the ground in midair. As it fell to the ground, a thin silver needle shot out from her sleeve. Back then, when Chu Li performed the distraction skill, not only did he give her cultivation level, but he also gave her some secret skills. The sword in Princess Anfu's hand suddenly lit up. Bo! A crisp sound was heard. Lu Tianhai turned pale with fright, the light screen suddenly shattered, and the long sword pierced into his chest. He couldn't dodge in time, and could only watch as the tip of the sword pierced into him. Chi! Princess Anfu pulled out her sword and took a step back, dodging the blood arrow. With a light shake of her sword, beads of blood shot out. The long sword regained its snow-white luster and returned to its sheath. She was slightly out of breath and her complexion was pale. An arrow of blood spurted out from Lu Tianhai's chest. He quickly pressed his finger a few times to seal his acupuncture point, then stared at Princess Anfu in shock. Princess Anfu waved her hand. The knife and silver needle on the ground flew into her palm. She lowered her head and looked at it carefully. The sparkling and translucent knife was exquisite and exquisite. It was truly an enchanting work of art. Who would have thought that it would have such power? Lu Tianhai panicked. A cold glint flashed across his eyes, but there was nothing he could do. He never thought he would be so weak. This Princess Anfu's sword technique was strange. It could actually break the time umbrella. This was an ancient artifact. How could it be broken so easily? Princess Anfu exclaimed in admiration, "What a great treasure! I'll give it to my master." "Thank you, State Preceptor, for your gift." As she spoke, she carefully put the knife into her bosom. "Great sword technique, little sister." Zhao Jingli clapped his hands and praised. "It's amazing." He had never seen such a dazzling martial art. It could turn a long sword into a snow-white color, making it impossible to look directly at. Furthermore, it could use an artifact to form a ray of light to block the tip of the sword. Every move was amazing. A door opened in front of him. He saw a world that did not exist before. Princess Anfu shook her head. "Sixth brother, I'm still too weak. If Master was here, State Preceptor wouldn't even have the chance to make a move. State Preceptor should go back, we won't send you off." Zhao Jingli cupped his fists. "If I have offended you, please forgive me, State Preceptor." Lu Tianhai sneered. "Looks like you the Great is not afraid of offending our great Kun." "You the Great is not afraid of anyone," Zhao Jingli said solemnly. "Are you the Great likes to make friends? We've always been friendly and never provoked anyone. However, if someone dares to bully us, our you the Great will not be polite." Lu Tianhai said, "I hope that His Highness the Crown Prince can still be so unyielding in a fight. Then let's wait and see." Zhao Jingli said in a deep voice, "State Preceptor, take care of yourself. This seat will." Lu Tianhai snorted. He glanced at Princess Anfu, smiled, and said, "It wasn't easy for your Highness to defeat me, right?" He looked at Princess Anfu's pale face, and knew that she had used all her strength in that sword strike just now, so he still had some pride in his heart. "So what if it is?" Princess Anfu said. "If we do it again, it will still be the same result. State Preceptor should go back and practice properly." "Unfortunately," Lu Tianhai shook his head, "if this seat's cultivation was a bit stronger, you would be defeated today. Farewell." He turned around and was about to leave. "Wait!" Princess Anfu shouted. Lu Tianhai stopped and slowly turned around, frowning at her. "Could it be that your Highness has changed your mind and wants to kill me? Come out!" Princess Anfu shouted towards the forest on the left. "Ha ha!" A burst of laughter suddenly sounded, followed by a fluttering green robe. A middle-aged man landed in front of Lu Tianhai and Princess Anfu like a leaf. There was a smile on his face, and his slender eyes exuded a gentle brilliance. A long sword hung at his waist, his green robe fluttered, his bearing was elegant, gentle like jade, and his laughter was clear and gentle. Ning Wan! Lu Tianhai shouted in a deep voice. Brother Lu, long time no see. Ning Wan cupped his fists and laughed. I've missed you very much. Lu Tianhai's face was gloomy and he said coldly, Ning Wan, are you here to kill me? He, brother Lu is smart. Ning Wan smiled, shook his head and sighed. This seat never thought that brother Lu would be so vulnerable and be defeated by a little girl. It's the same even if you come up. Lu Tianhai said in a deep voice, You can't beat Princess Anfu, so you want to kill me and frame the princess. Nothing can be hidden from brother Lu. Ning Wan nodded and said, For the safety of our great Ning, I can only use this method and sacrifice brother Lu. I think brother Lu understands, right? I understand. Lu Tianhai gritted his teeth and said, If it were me, it would be the same. That's good. Ning Wan breathed a sigh of relief, cupped his fists and said, Thank you, brother Lu. I will let brother Lu die happily. Wait! Princess Anfu shouted to stop his action. Ning Wan was about to draw his sword, but at this time, he stopped and looked at Princess Anfu. What advice does the princess have? However, the princess is not in a good state right now. It's better to rest well and not hurt your foundation. Fake mercy. Princess Anfu sneered. I hate hypocrites like you the most. Get lost. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ning Wan was startled and then laughed twice. Princess Anfu took out the knife from her bosom and snorted. Do you really think you control everything? I will join hands with State Preceptor Lu. The princess scared this seat, ha. Ning Wan laughed and said, Princess, you are an arrow at the end of its flight, and brother Lu is a cripple. So what if we join hands? Then let's try. Princess Anfu gently waved the knife and said, It is said that it can destroy the soul. Young Master Ning, you can try. Okay. Ning Wan rushed at Lu Tianhai. Chapter 3904. Bang! With a muffled sound, Princess Anfu's whole body suddenly lit up, and a soft light enveloped her. Her slender palm pressed on the light as if pressing a soft bubble, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't crush the bubble. Instead, she was shocked by the elastic force and staggered back a few steps. Princess Anfu put her saber back into her sleeve and unsheathed her sword. The light burst out like the birth of a sun, dazzling. The radiance all over the sky turned into a ray of light and shot towards Ning Wan. Ning Wan wanted to dodge, but the sword light had already arrived. His eyes deceived him, and the speed was far faster than what he saw. Bang! Light burst out from his whole body, and a black light covered him like a cover, and then it shattered under the attack of the sword light. Ding! The long sword turned into fragments and shot away. Ning Wan and Lu Tianhai couldn't dodge and were shot by the fragment. Chi! Chi! The fragments shot through the two people and continued to fly more than 10 meters before landing. The sound of breaking through the air was louder than a crossbow. Zhao Zhengli broke out in a cold sweat and had a lingering fear. Fortunately, he was standing behind his little sister. Otherwise, if the fragments shot over, he would have the same end, or even worse. Seeing the two people hurriedly swallow elixirs, seal their acupoints, and softly sit on the ground, he knew the power of the fragments. Princess Anfu glanced at the long sword disappointedly and shook her head. She didn't expect this sword to be so weak that it couldn't withstand 2 strikes of the murdering heaven sword technique. She walked slowly to Ning Wan and snorted, State Preceptor Ning, what else do you have to say? My skills are inferior, I have nothing to say. Ning Wan said happily, If you want to kill me, do as you please. Princess Anfu looked him up and down, shook her head, and took a step back. It seems that you haven't given up yet. She felt a faint threat. Although it was vague, it was real. She believed in her intuition and couldn't help but step back, wanting to stay away from him, but seeing Lu Tianhai who was still unaware, she shouted, "Run!" Lu Tianhai had been vigilant against Ning Wan. Seeing Ning Wan injured, his tense heart relaxed, but seeing Princess Anfu retreating, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. When he heard this shout, he turned around and ran. Chi! A blue light shot out of Ning Wan's sleeve. The blue light quickly caught up to Lu Tianhai and stabbed into the back of his neck. Lu Tianhai's movements turned sluggish as he felt an icy aura rapidly spreading from the back of his neck. With a pring sound, he fell to the ground. His entire body was already numb, unable to listen to his command. Even his tongue was rapidly becoming numb. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't. "State Preceptor Lu!" Princess Anfu shouted. She was vigilant against this kind of assassin's methods. After all, she had experienced the heaven-mending building's assassination. However, she didn't expect that these blue needles would be so fast. They definitely didn't rely on technique. Rather, they were similar to a powerful crossbow. In fact, they were even faster than a powerful crossbow. They were a type of vicious hidden weapon. Lu Tianhai's movements were stiff. It was obvious that this was a deadly poison. "Ha ha!" Ning Wan laughed and said, "Princess, you don't have to worry. Brother Lu has been hit by my breaking soul arrow. There is no chance for him to survive. Only this seat can detoxify the poison of the breaking soul arrow. Any panacea is useless." Princess Anfu shouted, "Imperial Preceptor Ning, you're too vicious. If I kill Brother Lu, Great Yu and Great Kuan will fight, which is a good thing for my Great Ning." Ning Wan shook his head and said with a smile, "I'm vicious to Brother Lu, but it's a blessing for Great Ning." "Then I'll kill you," Princess Anfu shouted. She had already picked up the soul-severing saber in her hand. Ning Wan looked at her with a smile. "Your Royal Highness still has strength left?" He had already seen that Princess Anfu was on the verge of collapse and had no strength left. This breaking soul saber was indeed powerful, but it needed a more powerful technique to activate it, so there was nothing to worry about. "It's enough to kill you," Princess Anfu gritted her teeth and said hatefully. She looked at Lu Tianhai, who was already dead. His eyes were wide open, obviously dying with a grievance. Ning Wan said, "Princess, save your strength to deal with Great Kuan. This seat will take his leave first." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. In the end, Princess Anfu didn't throw out the breaking soul saber. She didn't have the confidence to activate this saber. Without activating the Heart Sutra, she couldn't exert its power and couldn't do anything to Ning Wan. More importantly, she had to save a bit of strength. Otherwise, Ning Wan would definitely kill Sixth Brother. Watching Ning Wan leave, a heavy sigh sounded beside her. She turned her head to look at Zhao Jingli. After Zhao Jingli finished sighing, he shook his head. "Little sister, we're in big trouble." Princess Anfu said, "Sixth Brother, I'm incompetent." She gritted her teeth in annoyance and said hatefully, "Master is right. It's not enough to rely on martial arts alone. You also need enough wisdom." She couldn't fight Ning Wan, this old fox. If it was based on martial arts, she would have defeated Ning Wan and even seriously injured him, but she still let him get what he wanted. This was her own incompetence. "Little sister, this can't be blamed on you. They are all old guys, very difficult to fight." Zhao Jingli comforted her. His heart was full of worry. It could be foreseen that Great Kuan and Great Yu would most likely fight. Princess Anfu came to Lu Tianhai, whose eyes were still wide open and had not completely stiffened. She touched his neck and shook her head. "He's completely dead. If only Master was here." Zhao Jingli said, "He could save Lu Tianhai's life." "Master." Princess Anfu's eyes suddenly lit up and she pursed her lips into a smile. "Yes, please, Master." Just as she thought about it, Chu Li had already appeared. In the forest next to them, in the gentle breeze, His gray robe fluttered as he stood on the treetop. As the treetop swayed, it was as if he had always been standing there, but suddenly made a movement that attracted their attention. "Master!" Princess Anfu cheered. "Greetings, Master!" Zhao Zhengli bowed with pressed palms. Chu Li bowed in return and took a step forward to them, looking down at Lu Tianhai. "Master, do you want to save his life?" Princess Anfu asked. Chu Li said, "Yes." This Lu Tianhai was tied to a great cause and effect. If he really died, it would indeed cause endless killing. Saving him was a great merit. Zhao Zhengli hurriedly nodded and stared at him. Chu Li squatted down and touched Lu Tianhai's eyebrows with his finger. Zhao Zhengli felt a faint light penetrate it. He had seen the gorgeous phenomenon just now and was already used to it. He stared at Lu Tianhai curiously. This was the first time he saw Chu Li's divine power to bring the dead back to life. Lu Tianhai suddenly opened his mouth and let out a breath. This breath was black, as if black ink had drilled out. It condensed in the air and did not disperse. It lingered endlessly and slowly drifted into the forest next to them. The trees that were touched by the black smoke quickly withered. Lu Tianhai opened his eyes. Chu Li nodded. "Royal Advisor Lu, this poor monk is Dingru." "Master Dingru?" Lu Tianhai was startled and quickly looked around. Princess Anfu scoffed. "You were killed by Ningguan. It was Master who used his divine power to save your life. But it's useless to say it. You won't be grateful. These guys were ambitious. It was useless to save them 100 times. When it came to benefits, they would immediately turn hostile." "Thank you, Master Dingru." Lu Tianhai bowed with pressed palms and stood up with difficulty. He touched the back of his neck and the numbness was quickly fading. He said in a deep voice, "What a soul-breaking arrow!" This soul-breaking arrow was not as good as his soul-breaking blade, but it was more vicious and insidious. It was impossible to guard against. Princess Anfu said, "Be careful. Don't let Ningguan kill you again. It will provoke a war between the two countries. Your Highness the Crown Prince, how about our two countries join forces to deal with Dening?" Lu Tianhai said slowly with a gloomy face. Zhao Zhengli shook his head. "This matter is too important. Father needs to personally decide." "I will follow you back to the capital," Lu Tianhai said. "I will personally discuss this matter." Chapter 3905. Royal Advisor Lu, can you make the decision? Princess Anfu asked. Although she wanted to save Lu Tianhai, she could not bring herself to like him. Although he was handsome and had a good temperament, she hated his temperament because she had seen many people like him. In her eyes, these people were all the same. They were only driven by ambition and profit. They would not care about feelings. No matter how good their relationship was, they would still turn against you when it was time. They would not have the slightest scruples. Talking about friendship with this kind of person was purely asking for a snub and a waste of energy. Therefore, she spoke coldly. Of course I can make the decision," Lu Tianhai said. Princess Anfu pouted. "You're just a royal advisor, not the emperor." "I can still say a few words in front of the emperor." Lu Tianhai smiled. "Besides, the emperor originally wanted to join forces with you the Great. Otherwise, he would not have sent the 18th prince. Unfortunately," he shook his head as he spoke. He was still young and full of vigor. He learned a lot of skills and could not wait to show off. He was especially determined to gain Princess Anfu's favor and try to show off. In the end, he backfired and returned with a body full of injuries. While they were talking, Chu Li remained silent and secretly observed Lu Tianhai. Lu Tianhai in front of him did not have any power to hide, so he could see what he was thinking. He was a person full of ambition and greed. At the same time, he was also a person with lofty aspirations. What made him relieved was that Lu Tianhai's rare item was indeed obtained from the ancient ruins and not given to him by others. Chu Li was vaguely worried about Miss Zhou's plot. It seemed that he was worried for nothing. Lu Tianhai and that Ning Wan were not Miss Zhou's people. Great Master has supreme divine power and can bring the dead back to life. Lu Tianhai said respectfully to Chu Li, I admire you and am extremely grateful. It's just fate, Chu Li said. He understood Lu Tianhai better. He knew that to Lu Tianhai, saving his life was nothing. He did not ask for Lu Tianhai's gratitude, but for a large amount of merit. This time, saving Lu Tianhai had given him a huge amount of merit. Lu Tianhai smiled. Great Master is open-minded. But if Great Kuan and you the Great can join forces, we can suppress Great Ning. From then on, there will be peace and the world will be at peace. Chu Li nodded slowly. This was also his plan. This Lu Tianhai was extremely intelligent. He had figured out his goal in an instant. To be able to become an imperial preceptor, it was not only because of his superb martial techniques, but also because of his intelligence. Master, shall we set off? Princess Anfu said. Chu Li nodded. Princess Anfu looked at Lu Tianhai. State Advisor Lu, please. Lu Tianhai whistled and his guards and sedan bearers emerged from the forest. They were all safe and sound and in high spirit. Zhao Zhengli smiled. The imperial preceptor's subordinates are well trained. To be able to know when to advance and retreat, and to be able to protect oneself flexibly was very rare for so many people. You flatter me, Your Highness. Lu Tianhai smiled nonchalantly. The group turned around and walked back. Then, they found 2 fine horses. Princess Anfu wanted to give the horses to Chu Li, but Chu Li immediately took his leave and returned to Rui Temple. It was quiet outside the Rui Temple. No one was there to disturb them. After he hit Xia Zhongchu went to complain to the emperor. Zhao Yanqing did not say a word and immediately chased Xia Zhongchu out of the palace. He was not allowed to enter the palace for a month, so that Xia Zhongchu would be well behaved. When the nobles saw that the emperor was serious, they kept quiet out of fear and did not dare to plead for leniency. However, there were more and more memorials to impeach Chu Li in the imperial court. They were all left unpublished, causing everyone to feel helpless. There was already a rumor that the demon monk was bringing disaster to the country in the entire capital. At this time, if he were to participate in the imperial court's affairs, he would definitely attract more criticism. The public's emotions would be turbulent and he might really have to kneel outside the palace to submit a memorial. Then, his stay in the capital would be over. If he wanted to have enough merit, he needed to get close to the central government, get close to the emperor, and influence the overall situation. The more people involved, the more merit he would obtain. If he did not participate in national affairs and only did good deeds alone, he would never be able to ascend. If he could not leave this world, he would not be able to find traces of Miss Zhou and it would be impossible to defeat her. The situation of the 3 women was worrying. These few days, he was a little anxious. If this went on, if he did not quickly accumulate merit, they might be harmed. On the morning of the 4th day, Chu Li was cultivating in front of the basilica. The entire Rui Temple was unusually quiet. There were faint noises coming from outside and the streets were crowded. Creak! The door of the Rui Temple was pushed open. Princess Anfu came in and gracefully came before Chu Li. She pressed her palms together and smiled. Master, I'm back. Chu Li looked at her. Was the journey smooth? No one stopped me. Princess Anfu said. This morning's morning assembly, Lu Tianhai will be promoted to father. Chu Li nodded. Princess Anfu said, Master, do you think this will work? Yes. Chu Li nodded. I don't think this Lu Tianhai is a good person. It's not good to cooperate with him. Princess Anfu scoffed. Be careful not to be bitten by him. Chu Li smiled. Master, you don't believe me? Princess Anfu scoffed. Am I wrong? You're right. Lu Tianhai can't be trusted. This matter is of great importance, it's better to be careful. Chu Li nodded. Princess Anfu said, Unfortunately, no one listens to me. Master, your words are useful. As she spoke, she took out an exquisite knife from her sleeve. It looked like it was carved out of ice. It was crystal clear and flawless. I got this from Lu Tianhai. He always wanted to get it back. He kept nagging me along the way, but I refused to give it to him. Princess Anfu said proudly. I'll give it to you, master. Chu Li took it and slowly said, The power of this knife is amazing. Unfortunately, I can't get the heart technique to activate it. Princess Anfu said regretfully. He can't tell me, but it's better than leaving it in his hands. Master, you're resourceful. You might have a way. Chu Li smiled and nodded. He activated the heavenly knife heart technique and activated the knife. Clang. With a soft hum, the small knife disappeared as if it was hidden in the void. Princess Anfu looked around, looking for the knife. Chu Li said, Turn around. Princess Anfu turned her head and found the knife at the back of her head. It was only a fist's distance away. It was suspended in the air as if it was alive. It stared at her and could pounce on her at any time. She was shocked. Master, it's this powerful? Princess Anfu was overjoyed. She reached out to catch it. However, the knife swung away like a fish and disappeared again. Chu Li pondered for a moment. This knife is too vicious. It's better to use it with caution. It's better to use an ordinary flying knife. As he spoke, he opened his hand. The knife was already in his palm and disappeared again. Chu Li passed the heavenly knife heart technique to her. Princess Anfu returned to the palace at noon and ran back to Rui Temple in the afternoon. She ran to Chu Li. Master, it's decided. We'll join forces with De Kuan to deal with De Ning. Chu Li nodded slowly with a serious expression. It was another fierce battle and a good opportunity to gain merit. Sixth brother requested to fight. He's in charge of dispatching troops this time, Princess Anfu said. Chu Li frowned. Chapter 3906. Princess Anfu saw his expression and quickly said, Is there something wrong? Sixth brother is also anxious to make a contribution. None of my brothers are easy to deal with. They are all eyeing the position of crown prince. Sixth brother also wants to make a contribution as soon as possible. Chu Li slowly nodded. Princess Anfu said, He is already successful in political affairs and has gained the recognition of the chancellors. However, he still lacks some experience in military affairs and has not gained the support of the chancellors. That's why he wants to complete it this time. Chu Li said, What does the emperor think? My imperial father thinks that with the cooperation of the two countries this time, we will have a 90% chance of defeating De Ning, so he did not object, Princess Anfu said. Chu Li shook his head. Princess Anfu said, Is there any change? I'll go to sixth brother's side. At least I can protect his life. She was getting stronger and more confident. Even if there were thousands of troops, she could come and go as she pleased. Chu Li said, I'll go myself. Master, you can't do it. Princess Anfu shook her head and said, Now they are all trying to impeach you. If you really go to the battlefield, they will go crazy and stop you at all costs. Chu Li smiled. Let the emperor think about it. Will imperial father agree? Princess Anfu tilted her head and looked at him. Chu Li said, Then let his majesty decide. Let me decide? Zhao Yanqing paced in front of the throne with his hands behind his back. He walked a few steps up the stairs, then went down the stairs and wandered around the basilica. Gu Yuanhe stood at the side with his hands by his side, as if he was invisible. Princess Anfu nodded and said, Imperial father, Master said that sixth brother will be in danger. Otherwise, Master would not personally go and ignore the opposition and hostility of the chancellors. Sigh. Zhao Yanqing sighed and said, Then he did not say anything else? No, Princess Anfu said. He only said it was not appropriate. Then he said he would personally follow sixth brother. Zhao Yanqing continued to pace. Princess Anfu said, "If master wants to follow, then let him. He won't harm us. As for the chancellors, they have nothing better to do. They don't care about so many important matters and they just want to make things difficult for master. In their eyes, chasing master away is the most important thing." Zhao Yanqing sneered. Could it be that imperial father is indulging them like this? Princess Anfu said discontentedly, "If this continues, master's reputation will really be finished. Everyone's mouth could melt gold. If they kept slandering him like this and did not refute, the world would take it seriously. The name of the demonic monk would spread and the good people would also become bad people. Master only had one mouth, so no matter what, he would not be able to clear his name." Zhao Yanqing said, "Let them jump around a bit more happily." Princess Anfu snorted, "Then does imperial father agree or not?" "Let the master follow us in secret." Zhao Yanqing stopped and said slowly. Princess Anfu asked in surprise, "Why are you following us in the dark?" Zhao Yanqing said, "Don't let your sixth brother know." Princess Anfu frowned. "Are you afraid that master will get involved in this matter?" "This is good for everyone," Zhao Yanqing said. Even though he was grateful to Chu Li and valued him, he wouldn't let Chu Li affect the imperial power of Diyu because of this. Because Chu Li was too powerful and influential, he had to be careful. He had built the Rui Temple for this reason. It was close to the imperial palace while maintaining its independence. Princess Anfu frowned and shook her head. She disapproved, but did not refute. "I'll ask master," Princess Anfu said. "The master will agree," Zhao Yanqing said. "You can follow your sixth brother and broaden your knowledge." "Okay," Princess Anfu nodded excitedly. She had always been curious about the matter of the battle formation. Finally, she had the chance to see it. Back at the Rui Temple, she told Chu Li about Zhao Yanqing's words. Chu Li agreed. This was the best way to accumulate more merits and less karma. The best way to accumulate merits was to fight in the battle formation. On the morning of the third day, Princess Anfu and her group of 9 left the capital and headed for the border between Diyu and Kuan. It would take them 10 days to reach there. On the evening of the second day, under the setting sun, a knight caught up with them and presented a golden box sealed with wax to Zhao Zhengli. Then, he fell to the ground and fainted. Zhao Zhengli took the golden box, removed the wax seal, and opened it. There was a letter and an imperial edict inside. He took out the letter and read it. His face darkened and he passed it to Princess Anfu beside him. Princess Anfu quickly scanned it and passed it to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was heroic and full of killing intent. He glanced at the letter and snorted, "Great Shua!" Princess Anfu said, "Sixth brother, what does the imperial edict say?" "Take charge of the southwest barracks." Zhao Zhengli said helplessly, "We can't go to Kuan. Little sister, we have to speed up. There is no leader there. The later we go, the more dangerous it will be." Princess Anfu snorted, "Did someone leak the news? They intercepted us 1 step ahead and broke the alliance with Kuan. What a good move." "It should be Ningguan," Zhao Zhengli said. "He acts ruthlessly and is inextricably linked to Great Shua. Your Highness, we have to be careful." The middle-aged man handed the letter back and said, "With Ningguan's methods, I'm afraid he will intercept your Highness. The southwest barracks is in danger." "Little sister is here," Zhao Zhengli said. He had full confidence in Princess Anfu. No matter how strong the interception was, they could break through. "Then let's go quickly," Princess Anfu said. They turned their horses around and changed from east to west, heading straight for the southwest barrack. They rode for 3 days in one go. Along the way, there were constantly riders coming to meet them and deliver the latest news. The southwest great general had been assassinated, and the southwest barracks was leaderless. The marshals were not convinced, and it was difficult to work together. No one could deploy the troops, so they could only defend their positions and passively take a beating. Without the great general's orders, the armies could not move. The entire southwest barracks was in danger and could be defeated by the allied forces of Great Shuo and Great Ning at any time. The 9 of them were racing against time, trying to rush to the southwest barracks before they were defeated. Using the title of Crown Prince and the Imperial Edict, he was already the southwest Great General and could use the seal to mobilize troops. But the longer they arrived, the more the situation worsened. Even if they could mobilize troops, they were afraid that even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. In the evening, they were bathed in the sunset glow and galloped without the slightest thought of stopping. Even though the 8 of them were tired and ashen-faced, only Princess Anfu was still full of energy. The dust on her face could not hide her spirit. Finally, at midnight they stopped. The moonlight was like water, and the surroundings seemed to be covered in snow. Princess Anfu burrowed into a forest and called out softly, "Master! Master!" Chu Li appeared in front of her without a sound. "Master!" Princess Anfu went forward and said in a low voice, "Help 6th brother quickly go to the southwest barracks. If you're a step late, I'm afraid the southwest barracks will be completely finished. The entire southwest defense line will be broken, and I don't know how many innocent people will die." Chu Li pondered. Princess Anfu said, "It's not that father doesn't want to send someone else, but the southwest barracks has always been arrogant. They have always been killing each other and only obey the great general. Once the great general dies, only father can suppress them. Father can't personally lead the army, so we can only let 6th brother try. If this continues, I'm afraid that 6th brother will be powerless to turn the situation around." "All right." Chu Li slowly nodded. "I'll bring you there immediately." Princess Anfu was overjoyed. "Thank you, master." Chapter 3907. "Let him in," Chu Li said. Princess Anfu glided out and quickly brought Zhao Jingli in. Zhao Jingli looked at him curiously. "Master, can we really rush to the southwest barracks?" Chu Li said, "We need a guide to rush to the southwest barracks. Let's return to the capital first and find a general's belongings before we can rush there directly. We can't do it without a guide." As he finished, he pressed on someone's shoulder and suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in the Rui Temple. The Rui Temple was still quiet. 2 eunuchs were sweeping. They were extremely calm at their sudden appearance. They only bowed and pressed their palms together before continuing to sweep. They were indifferent to everything. Chu Li said, "Anfu, go find a personal belonging of the southwest general." "Yes, master," Princess Anfu answered without hesitation and turned to leave. Zhao Jingli asked curiously, "Master, what do you want Great General Feng's personal belonging for?" Chu Li said, "To see if he can be saved." "Can we still save Great General Feng?" Zhao Jingli was surprised. "The general has been dead for a few days." "A few days?" Chu Li asked. "I think it's been 7 or 8 days. Zhao Jingli thought about it and said, "The news of Great General Feng's death was sent by a secret spy. It spreads very quickly. It will reach father's ears in a day. In addition to father's decree to send people to chase after him, it should be 3 or 4 days. We will travel for another 3 days, so it should be 7 or 8 days." Chu Li said, "Then we can still try." The spiritual energy in this world was abundant, so souls dissipated slowly. The 8 or 9 days should still be there and they could sense it. "Can we save the general?" Zhao Jingli was excited. Chu Li shook his head. "It depends on his fate and whether his body is still there." He did not want to save Great General Feng, or he would have done it long ago. No matter what, as a general, he must have been stained with too much blood. Saving him would not bring much merit. He was not a savior and could not save everyone. Everyone had their own fate and fate. He could not control and change them all. All he could do was change some people for merit. He changed the fate of others, so he had to bear the pain of being burned. It was unavoidable. Master, this is Great General Feng's saber. Princess Anfu floated in with a long saber in her hand. The scabbard was ordinary, and the hilt was wrapped in dark red silk. It faintly exuded a strong bloody aura. In Chu Li's eyes, the bloody aura was dense, like a ball of fire burning fiercely. Chu Li took it and slowly pulled it out. Ding! Like a dragon's cry, the snow-white saber light was like lightning. Chu Li sized it up and flicked his finger lightly. Once again, a clear ringing sound was heard, lingering in the air. It's a good blade. Chu Li nodded. This seems to be a gift from father when General Feng was still a guerrilla warfare general. Zhao Zhengli looked at it and nodded. This is a treasured sword. General Feng always carries it with him. It saved his life. I didn't expect him to forget it. Chu Li returned the knife to Princess Anfu. Let's go. He reached out to hold the two of them and disappeared from Rui Temple. The next moment, they appeared on a towering peak. The wind was strong and cold. At the foot of the peak was a boundless grassland. The lush green grass was like a green mat, fresh and moving. The endless tents on the grassland were like white clouds. Zhao Zhengli stood on the peak and could only see the endless tent. He nodded. This is the southwest barrack. This peak should be the peak of the Heavenly King. Princess Anfu frowned and stared at one place. They're all covered with white curtains. Indeed, the great general is gone. Fortunately, we arrived in time and this side has not been affected. If a battle were to break out here, it means that the rest of the military formations have fallen. Chu Li's gaze fell on a certain spot in the void. He pressed his palms together. Amit Ba! He saw a clear figure in the void. The figure was surrounded by a dense murderous aura. External objects could not get close. He floated above the barracks and stared at the barrack. He revealed a melancholic and lonely aura. He could already sense that this was the great general of the South Barracks, Feng Qilin. His aura was the same as the blade. However, Feng Qilin's soul was about to disperse. Once his soul dispersed, only a little spiritual light would enter the cycle of reincarnation. When that happened, he would be helpless. No matter how strong he was, he would not be able to drag his true spirit back from the path of reincarnation. He originally did not plan to save him. However, when he saw this figure, he felt melancholy and loneliness. He suddenly changed his mind. Master? Princess Anfu asked doubtfully. Chu Li said, Go and find the great general's body. It's not easy to find. Princess Anfu said. There are many tents of the general in the barracks. It's hard to tell if it's real or fake. Chu Li smiled and disappeared from the peak with the two of them. The next moment, they appeared in a large tent. The tent looked simple and unadorned. It was no different from the tents around it. There were 6 people sitting inside. They were quarreling noisily with each other. Some were even fighting with each other. The sudden appearance of Chu Li and the others shocked them. They quickly reacted and unsheathed their blades to surround the 3 of them. The 2 people who were fighting also reacted and glared at the 3 of them. His Highness the Crown Prince? A sturdy middle-aged man cried out. Princess! Zhao Zhengli fist saluted and said in a deep voice, What are the generals doing? Princess Anfu looked at the ice coffin in the center. A handsome middle-aged man was lying on the ice. His face was lifelike. His facial features were handsome. His nose was straight and his mouth was square. His eyebrows were like swords. His eyes were closed as if he was asleep. She looked at Chu Li. Master, can you still do it? Chu Li nodded. He came to the ice coffin. The 6 people wanted to stop him, but their bodies were bound by an invisible force. It was as if they were tied up. They could only watch as Chu Li came to Feng Qilin. He extended his finger and gently touched the center of his eyebrows. A faint light flowed and illuminated the tent. Chu Li retracted his finger and shook his head. He was indeed impulsive this time. However, after seeing Feng Qilin's pure soul, if he still cared about merit, he would look down on himself and go against his principles. Master, can't he be saved? Princess Anfu saw him shaking his head and asked hurriedly. Chu Li said, he will wake up soon. As soon as he said this, Feng Qilin suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes quickly regained clarity. A gentle force circulated in his body and quickly dispelled the ice and stiffness. He sat up straight. The 6 people were shocked as they thought he was a zombie. Grand General? A rough middle-aged man tried to call out carefully. Elder Tian, how long have I been asleep? Feng Qilin asked in a deep voice. The rough middle-aged man hurriedly said, Grand General, you really came back to life? Yes, I came back alive. Feng Qilin scoffed. Stop nagging. How's the situation outside? Sigh. Elder Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Feng Qilin stood up and bowed to Chu Li. Great Master, I can't thank you enough for saving my life. He then saluted Zhao Zhengli and Princess Anfu. Chu Li smiled. This is also the Grand General's good fortune. You are not fated to die. In fact, Feng Qilin should have died a long time ago. It was just that his destiny was unique. He could often jump out of the shackles of fate and reverse the situation. Feng Qilin smiled and shook his head. When he turned his head, he quickly hid his smile and said solemnly, Raise the tent. Chapter 3908. Chu Li brought Princess Anfu in and out of 10 military tents in one breath, silently taking care of them. Then, he appeared in a corner outside the South Camp's main tent, just in time to avoid the protectors. Master, did you kill them? Princess Anfu asked softly. Chu Li shook his head. You didn't kill them? Princess Anfu was surprised. Chu Li said, I won't kill if I can. I'm a monk. Hee hee. Princess Anfu chuckled and lowered her voice. Then you just mistook them? Chu Li nodded. They will be seriously ill in a short period of time and can't be treated. They will recover after a while. Master, why don't you just get rid of them directly and eliminate the threat? Princess Anfu was puzzled. Chu Li shook his head. I'm just trying to stop the war, not to help you the great conquer the world and unify the world. Master, unifying the world is the best. Princess Anfu said, there will be no war at that time. Otherwise, it will be like now where there will be constant fighting and many people will die every year. Chu Li said, too many people will die in the process of unifying the world. As long as it's like now, everyone can live in peace, it will be ideal. It was not that he did not think of helping you the great conquer the world to obtain eternal peace and no more wars. However, after some deduction, he gave up on the idea. It was indeed a rare achievement and great merit. However, the world was not impoverished by war. Several big countries were flourishing. As long as they suppressed their ambitions and did not have the ambition to unify the world, they could restrain each other and live in peace. That would be the ideal situation. If he forcefully unifies several countries, too many people will die in the process. Moreover, after unifying the countries, there will be constant civil wars and too many people will die. After thinking about it, he wanted to suppress the ambitions of all the rulers, including Zhao Yanqing and Crown Prince Zhao Zhengli. Princess Anfu said softly, Master, you have this kind of thought, but others don't. Just like my 6th brother, didn't you see him earlier? At such a crucial moment, he still wants to fight for fame and glory. He doesn't even see those soldiers as people. If he takes over, why would he care about human lives? He must be thinking about his own ambitions and grand aspirations, thinking about surpassing Father, so that when he meets his ancestors, he will be able to look proud. Chu Li smiled. That's up to you. Me? Princess Anfu was surprised. Chu Li said, I'm just a passerby. You're the root. If Princess Anfu could continue to accumulate merits, his merits would also rise. Princess Anfu waved her lily-white hand. Master, I can't do it. My martial arts are fine, but when it comes to intelligence, even 10 of me can't beat sixth brother. I'll be played around by him, and even if I'm sold by him, I'll still help him count the money. Chu Li smiled. Just do your best. Yes. Princess Anfu no longer thought about it. There was still a long way to go. She felt that as long as she stayed by Chu Li's side for a long time, under his guidance, she would become strong enough to suppress the various countries. Go, Chu Li said. Princess Anfu nodded. She gently lifted the curtain of the military tent and stepped into the tent. Zhao Zhengli was pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. He kept pacing back and forth, but his expression was calm, as if he didn't care at all. This showed how shrewd he was, and Feng Qilin and the others didn't dare to underestimate him. They were also incomparably anxious. From time to time, they would look at the entrance of the tent. When they saw Princess Anfu come in, they immediately stared at her. Little sister, what's going on? Zhao Zhengli said in a deep voice. This is an emergency, there's no room for delay. If something really happens, we won't be able to escape. Father won't let it go easily. Princess Anfu said, Sixth brother, Great General Feng, and the other generals, don't worry. I've already assassinated the 10 generals who are attacking. They've all lost their consciousness, and they'll retreat soon. 10 generals? Zhao Zhengli asked hurriedly. Princess Anfu nodded. They don't have their lives at stake, but they can't command the battle for a short period of time, so their offensive momentum will collapse, which can relieve the pressure of the 16 formations. Little sister, did you really assassinate 10 generals? Zhao Zhengli asked hurriedly. How can this be fake? Princess Anfu rolled her eyes at him. I'm not counting on military merits. Zhao Zhengli heard the sarcasm in her words, but he didn't care. He hurriedly asked, which country's generals are they from? There's Great Shua and there's also Great Ning. Princess Anfu said, I can't be bothered. As long as it's an attack on our South Camp army, we'll put them down. Why don't you just kill all 10 generals? Zhao Zhengli said in a deep voice. They assassinated Great General Feng, and they're killing him. We don't need to be polite with them. Princess Anfu shook her head lightly. I'm Master's disciple, how can I kill people so easily? Sixth brother, the crisis this time can be considered resolved, you should also leave. There's no hurry. Zhao Zhengli shook his head. Let's wait and see. Princess Anfu said, Big brother can't be thinking of turning defeat into victory, right? Zhao Zhengli smiled and nodded. If they're really assassinated by you, little sister, that's a great opportunity. They can attack, but they're more than capable of defending. Moreover, our strength has been greatly damaged, so it's not a good time to attack. We need to take a breather first. Don't worry, they won't have the chance to recover in a short period of time. Princess Anfu said, They're all heavily injured. All right, let's wait and see. Zhao Zhengli said. Feng Qilin said, Your Highness, what the princess said makes sense. It's best to take things slowly. Zhao Zhengli smiled. What, you don't want to take revenge directly? The price is too high, it's better to take it slow. Feng Qilin said, Military formations are most afraid of being riled up. The slightest bit of impulsiveness can be used by others, resulting in a crushing defeat. We can't be in a hurry to take revenge at a time like this. Great General Feng, let's wait and see. Zhao Zhengli smiled. Everyone was inexplicably worried. It was obvious that His Highness was very confident at the moment and couldn't wait to make a contribution and wipe away the humiliation from before. If he could turn defeat into victory, his contribution would be the focus of the world. Princess Anfu snorted and turned to leave. Zhao Zhengli shook his head and smiled. He didn't mind, thinking about the battle at the front lines. An hour later, dozens of riders rushed toward Nangong. Only 10 people were brought into the tent, while the rest rested. After the 10 people entered the tent, they cupped their fists and bowed. He was travel-worn and his face was pale. He looked as if he would collapse at any moment. Reporting to Great General, the enemy suddenly retreated. Should we give chase? A young man cupped his fists and tried his best to calm his heavy breathing. The generals don't dare to act rashly. We're waiting for Great General's order. There's no need. Feng Qilin said slowly. Zhao Zhengli said, "This little king wants to ask you, do you have the strength to fight?" The young man revealed a hesitant expression. Zhao Zhengli said in a deep voice, "If we do, then we do. If we don't, then we don't. There's no need to hesitate." "Reporting to your highness, no." The young man said bitterly. They launched a surprise attack, and their battle prowess was extremely high. We were crippled and only half of our brothers were left. If they hadn't suddenly retreated, I'm afraid, as he spoke, he shook his head. Feng Qilin sighed. It's all this general's fault. Chapter 3909. Feng Qilin and the generals glanced at him. Princess Anfu looked on coldly, not expressing her opinion. Zhao Zhengli sighed, "Forget it. Since we can't fight back, we can't force it. Otherwise, others will take advantage of us. So, we can't do anything to make up for our losses this time? Your Highness, it's already good enough to preserve our current strength." Feng Qilin hurriedly said, "Morale is low now. It's not a good time to attack. Let's reorganize first." "All right, I'll listen to General Feng." Zhao Zhengli stood up, "That's it. General Feng will take care of the rest. I'll take a break." "Your Highness has worked hard." Feng Qilin cupped his fists. The generals cupped their fists and respectfully sent him off. Feng Qilin and Princess Anfu left. "What a joke!" A general sneered. "Shut up!" Feng Qilin hurriedly shouted. His face was gloomy and solemn. Killing intent suddenly gushed out and the air in the tent seemed to solidify. "General, His Highness has gone too far this time." "That's right." Disregarding the lives of his brothers and blindly trying to gain credit and fame. Where is the breadth of mind of a crown prince? That was forced by His Majesty. But His Highness is like this because he has a plan. Otherwise, he would be hiding from the general's position. Why would he fight for it? Then he's not that hateful. The key is still Princess Anfu. A handsome middle-aged man stroked his beard. He wore a suit of iron armor, but it did not affect his elegance. To be able to assassinate 10 generals in such a short time, it's scary just thinking about it. Everyone was silent. They looked reckless and impulsive, but they were all pigs. Their appearance was deceiving, but they were all smart people. Otherwise, they would not have reached this position. Those who only knew how to be impulsive and brainless would have died on the battlefield long ago. The handsome middle-aged man sighed. "Everyone, if Her Highness can assassinate 10 generals of Great Shuo and Great Ning, what about us? As long as Her Highness makes a move, we won't be able to stop her." "How could Her Highness assassinate us?" someone retorted. The handsome middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. Feng Qilin said slowly, "Her Highness is benevolent and pure. She won't attack us for no reason. Don't worry. Now that Her Highness is here, it's easier for us." "Great General, with Her Royal Highness here, is there still a need for us?" The handsome middle-aged man smiled and said, "What does His Majesty have to fear from us? He can just order us around. After all, Her Royal Highness is a member of the royal family. How could she be sent here to do these things?" Feng Qilin said, "Elder Meng, you worry too much." The handsome middle-aged man said, "Great General, I'm not worried about Her Highness, but that Master Dingru." Without waiting for Feng Qilin to speak, he continued, "The Great General's life was saved by him. We all know how grateful he is to the Great Master. However, this general still has to say what needs to be said." "Speak," Feng Qilin said. Meng Guangtian said, Great General, in lowly General's opinion, Great General still must get closer to this Reverend, to seek his help more. He is the Princess Master, apparently he is not doing it in name only. The Princess should treat him as her master, and will comply with everything. Elder Meng, do you mean that the Princess acted on Master Dingru's orders? A general asked. Most likely. Meng Guangtian nodded slowly. Feng Qilin frowned. What's wrong with that? Great General, why play dumb? Meng Guangtian smiled and shook his head. Someone snorted. Don't keep us guessing, Elder Meng. What's wrong with it? Meng Guangtian shook his head and sighed. Why didn't Her Royal Highness kill those generals directly? Their hands are all stained with blood. This time they killed many of our soldiers. He said in a deep voice, Her Royal Highness must be very angry and want to kill them. Because Master Dingru stopped them? Someone asked. Those who could be in the tent were all smart and shrewd people. They could understand it easily and draw inferences about other things. Meng Guangtian said, I'm afraid that only Master Dingru can make Her Royal Highness hold back her anger and restrain her killing intent. His Highness the Crown Prince can't control Her Royal Highness. Everyone nodded. Princess Anfu was deeply favored by the Emperor, and this had been the case since she was a child. She had always been the one to bully her brothers, and they didn't dare to bully her. They always listened to her, so even if His Highness the Crown Prince was the Crown Prince, it was useless. Master Dingru is a monk, so he must be merciful, Feng Qilin said. Haha, Great General, there's no need to deceive yourself. Meng Guangtian laughed loudly and said, This is definitely not a matter of being merciful, but Master Dingru's thoughts. What does he want to do? For such an extraordinary person, even the Emperor is just an ordinary person in his eyes. Old Meng, don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us directly. What does this Master Dingru want to do? Someone shouted impatiently as he waved his hand. Meng Guangtian said, If this general's guess is correct, Master Dingru's ambition is not small. It's very likely that he wants to eliminate the disputes between the various countries. Impossible. Feng Qilin shook his head. Eliminating the disputes between the various countries was an impossible thing to do. The dispute between the four countries was not a conflict of will, but a conflict of interests. It involved huge interests such as territory. Border areas often contained huge wealth. Whoever could fight for it would greatly increase their national power, and from there, they would become even more powerful. They might even be able to directly destroy their opponents. If one wanted to eliminate the disputes, how would the interests be distributed? Everyone wanted to monopolize the interests. Otherwise, if one side was weakened and the other side was strengthened, it would be equivalent to cutting themselves off from the world. Meng Guangtian said, Master Dingru can bring the dead back to life. If such a divine power is possible, what else is impossible? Then he will become the enemy of the world, Feng Qilin said slowly. No matter how strong a person's power was, he was still just a person. He was not a god, so it was impossible for him to become the enemy of the world. Master, if we really do this, then everyone will be the enemy, including father and sixth brother. Princess Anfu frowned as she looked at Chu Li. At this time, the two of them stood at the peak of a mountain. Chu Li's gray cowl fluttered in the wind as if he wanted to return with the wind. Princess Anfu was dressed in a tight outfit, looking valiant and heroic. Chu Li said, So what? Princess Anfu said, This is one person against the entire world. Master, I'm afraid I can't do it. The lineage of Rui Temple, starting from me to your second generation, I don't plan to accept any more disciples. It's fine to pass it down to only one person. Our purpose is to eliminate wars. There are no restrictions on the means as long as we achieve our goal. What about fifth brother? Princess Anfu asked. Prince Jing, Zhao Jinghe, had always been a frequent visitor to Rui Temple. He was also a disciple accepted by Master. Chu Li shook his head. They only cultivate the dermic base and not martial arts, so they can't inherit my mantle. Princess Anfu frowned. Master, can you really do it? That depends on your ability, Chu Li said. I'll teach you the void diversion technique first. Unfortunately, your dermic base cultivation level is not deep enough, so you can't obtain the divine power. He shook his head as he said this. He could use the traction technique to shift his cultivation level and martial arts, but he could not shift the divine power. Princess Anfu said excitedly, "All right." Chu Li said, "When you've cultivated this, go to the border of Dening and Dekuan to eliminate wars." Yes. Princess Anfu nodded helplessly. Chapter 39:10. She listened to Chu Li's purpose, and could not help but worry. She could imagine that the future would not be good. "Don't worry, no matter how difficult it is, you'll be fine." Chu Li smiled. "Master, I'm afraid only you would do something like this." Princess Anfu sighed. "Everyone will treat us as fools and enemies. In the end, we'll be deserted and we'll die without a burial place." Chu Li said, "Then you're afraid?" "Master is not afraid, why should I be?" Princess Anfu said. Chu Li smiled, "That's it then. Cultivate well and don't think too much. You'll be invincible with peerless martial arts. Isn't it exciting and wonderful to be the enemy of the world?" Yes. Princess Anfu cheered up. She suddenly felt a sense of heroism. Yes, it was difficult to be the enemy of the world, but it was a very exciting thing. Who dared to do this since ancient times? If she could do it, it would definitely be known to the world. Her aptitude was peerless. Coupled with Chu Li's transformation of her body and the traction skill to enhance her cultivation level, her cultivation speed was faster than 1,000 miles per day. She mastered the void diversion technique in a short time. Chu Li nodded in satisfaction. Ever since he had this idea and began to teach Princess Anfu, a huge amount of martial arts began to gather on him. He was very excited. He vaguely felt that as long as he could do this, the merit would be enough to help him ascend and he would not need to worry about other things. As his cultivation level grew stronger, the merit would become more important. Even if he ascended to the upper heaven, the merit of this world could also be transferred over to help him. Therefore, he must teach Princess Anfu well. 4 hours later, Chu Li smiled. "Good, that's enough." "Thank you, Master," Princess Anfu said excitedly. She did not expect the void diversion to be so magical. From now on, she no longer needed to ride a horse. She could directly move through the void. 1,000 miles was just a short distance and she could travel in an instant. The big world in her eyes seemed endless, but now it became smaller. She could decide where she wanted to go. One moment she was by the sea, the next moment she was in the palace. Chu Li said, "Now that you have the ability to protect yourself, the void diversion is the best way to escape. However, don't use it lightly. Be careful of many secret treasures that can lock the void." "There's such a treasure?" Princess Anfu said. Chu Li said slowly, "The world is full of wonders. Don't underestimate any opponent just because you're strong in martial art. Don't fail miserably in an easy task." "Understood." Princess Anfu nodded vigorously. Chu Li said, "The next step is the stargazing technique. Once you've mastered this technique, you'll be able to avoid calamity and seek blessings, protecting your life." "Master, why do I only learn life-saving techniques?" Princess Anfu asked. Chu Li said, "You'll have a lot of enemies in the future. Staying alive is the most important thing. You can't do anything without your life." "All right." Princess Anfu said, "Master, I will take the initiative to attack. The one who strikes first has the advantage." Chu Li smiled and nodded. Yes. He was very satisfied with Princess Anfu's comprehension. She had learned the stargazing art not for the sake of evading, but for the sake of striking first and gaining the upper hand. She wanted to see the enemy in advance, and then act before them. He lightly touched the space between Princess Anfu's eyebrows with his finger. The stargazing art and the cultivation of spirit were used separately to perform the traction technique. This was because the stargazing art required sufficient spiritual power, and Princess Anfu's current spiritual power was still slightly insufficient. She needed to cultivate the cultivation of spirit to strengthen it. After a quarter of an hour, Princess Anfu opened her eyes. Chu Li said, "Did you comprehend it?" Princess Anfu closed her eyes again and opened them a moment later. Her face was already pale. Chu Li said, "Your current spiritual power is still weak. You can only perform the stargazing art once a day. As you cultivate the cultivation of spirit, it will become stronger." Yes. Princess Anfu nodded vigorously. After learning these, she felt that Chu Li was more and more profound. He actually possessed these strange techniques. Any one of them was beyond the imagination of the world. He could be invincible in the world. No wonder he dared to make such a great wish. She was originally worried, but now she was restless and eager to give it a try. Chu Li thought for a moment and muttered, "There's also the divine power of resurrection. Master, are you going to teach me that?" Princess Anfu was surprised. "Isn't divine power unable to be imparted?" Chu Li said, "This is different." Princess Anfu smiled and said, "Master, you should keep it. I'm afraid I can't control this divine power." The divine power of resurrection was magical, but it was also a huge trouble. The favors involved were endless. If someone came to ask for help, should he save them or not? If he did not save Hu, not only would he not get gratitude, but he would get hatred instead. Unless he was like his master, refusing to see anyone other than his father and himself, as well as his fifth brother and sister-in-law. Only then would he be able to cut off the karmic grudges. Otherwise, he would not be able to have a day of peace. Chu Li said, "This divine power is the strongest protective talisman. It can give you a chance of survival in a desperate situation." "Must I learn it?" Princess Anfu asked. Chu Li nodded slowly. "All right." Princess Anfu reluctantly agreed. Chu Li smiled and pointed at her. "How many people want it, but you refuse? You have the root of wisdom. You are worthy of being my disciple." Princess Anfu said, "With Master here, it doesn't matter if I have this divine power or not. How can I always follow you?" Chu Li shook his head. Princess Anfu was stunned and hurriedly said, "Master, you're leaving?" Chu Li said, "Soon, I'll complete my merit and ascend to the first heaven." Princess Anfu was stunned. "Ascend?" Chu Li said, "I'll wait for you at the first heaven, but remember, you must find a disciple to carry on the legacy before you come up." "Master, I can ascend too? My dermic base is too ordinary." Princess Anfu was skeptical. Ascension was no different from a fool's dream, but it was believable coming from Master. However, she was not a Buddhist. Even if she became a disciple of Master, she would only inherit martial arts and not dermic base. Chu Li smiled. "I will also pass on my dermic base comprehension to you through enlightenment. As long as you follow the Rui Temple's principle and diligently accumulate merit, you'll be able to ascend sooner or later." "Then when can Master ascend?" Princess Anfu was reluctant to leave. Chu Li said, "It won't be too long. After this time, you can leave. Come." He suddenly leaped and somersaulted in the air. Then, he stood upside down, his head touching Princess Anfu's head. As he stood upside down in the void, the life and death tree slowly appeared in the void of his mind. From the outside, it looked like a golden light faintly appeared and entered Princess Anfu's forehead from Chu Li's forehead. Then, it slowly disappeared. In the void of Chu Li's mind, a golden leaf from the life and death scripture slowly fell and floated down into the void. Then, it floated towards a hazy existence and finally completely left the void of his mind. On the life and death tree, another golden leaf appeared in its original position. It was the same as before, but its color was dimmer. Chapter 39:11. Of course, she could not save people as he wished. After using the golden leaf once, its luster would dim, and it would need some time to recover before it could be used again. Moreover, there was a more important problem, which was the hellfire. Thinking of this, he frowned and paced with his hands behind his back. The strong wind blew and his gray robe fluttered. He could be blown away from the peak at any time. Chuli frowned and paced non-stop, thinking of a solution. Everything he learned was a strange skill, and they were all interlinked. They were integrated into one. If he took out one skill alone, it would be too powerful, and it would be accompanied by a flaw. He needed other strange skills to make up for it. There was only one skill that could be used to resolve the hellfire, which was the glazed lotus scripture. However, the glazed lotus scripture was extremely difficult to cultivate. Not only did it require a high level of comprehension, but it also required sufficient dermic cultivation. No matter how powerful Princess Anfu was, she could not reach that level of cultivation. Therefore, it was almost impossible to cultivate the glazed lotus scripture. Even with the help of the traction skill, she could not cultivate it. It required a little inspiration in her nature, and could not be borrowed by others. Otherwise, the Great Mercy Temple would have used the Enlightenment method to bless their disciples. Sigh. He shook his head and sighed. Master, what's wrong? Princess Anfu asked in confusion. Chuli said, Anfu, you have the ability to save people now, but you can't use it lightly. Why? Princess Anfu was even more confused. When she saw the golden leaf in the void of her mind, she immediately knew its magical effect and how to use it. It could bring the dead back to life. It was the same divine power as her master. It was unbelievable. Chuli shook his head and said, Every time I use the resurrection skill, it destroys karma and goes against the natural cycle. Therefore, there will be karma and the hellfire will burn the body. It's a real death. Then how can Master avoid it? Princess Anfu asked. She was smarter than others. Even if Chuli did not show up, she could vaguely feel that saving the dead, bringing them back to life, and breaking the cycle of life and death was a taboo. One had to pay a huge price. Chuli said, I have a secret skill, but unfortunately I can't teach you. Then I can only save myself? Princess Anfu asked. Chuli smiled and nodded in satisfaction. At least you have a little bit of comprehension, but you should know the limitations of resurrection. If your body is really crushed and your soul is scattered, you won't be able to come back. Disciple understands. Princess Anfu said excitedly. When he thought of his near-immortal body and the possibility of resurrection, he immediately felt a sense of security. Elated, he said, Then, I can use my secret arts to my heart's content, stimulate my potential, and fight with my life on the line. Those who were willing to risk their lives without any regard for their own safety were the most terrifying. They could display 20% of their strength. Chuli put away his disappointment and said calmly, But you don't have to rush. I'll teach you the secret technique first. You can slowly cultivate it in the future. You don't have to force yourself. Try to cultivate it. Who knows, you might be able to master it. Actually, he didn't have much hope because it was simply impossible to cultivate the glazed lotus scripture. Yes. Princess Anfu said, Master, let's take action. Let's go take a look at the border between Great Kun and Great Ning. Very well. Chuli nodded and disappeared with her. The master-disciple duo spent 10 days assassinating all the generals at the borders of De Kun and De Ning. Then, they assassinated a batch of generals from De Shuo and De Ning, leaving them with no generals to use. Seeing this, the generals of De Yu were overjoyed. They wanted to hit them while they were down. They took the opportunity to attack and take revenge for what happened last time. They never thought that they would also be assassinated. Because of that, they were heavily injured and could no longer command. Without a leader, their morale plummeted. They also gave up on the idea of attacking and focused on defense. 10 days later, in the evening, Princess Anfu returned to the imperial palace in a rosy glow. She went straight to the backyard. In the backyard, Emperor Zhao Yanqing and the Empress were playing chess. A few maids were serving them at the side. Zhao Yanqing and Chang Shuhua chatted casually as they played chess pieces. The atmosphere was harmonious. Father, mother. Princess Anfu floated forward and smiled. You're in a good mood. Your father is in a bad mood, so I came here to relax. Chang Shuhua waved her hand and said with a smile, Anfu, you've been playing wild these days. You haven't come back since. Mother, don't worry. From now on, I can come back anytime. She smiled proudly. I've learned some amazing skills from Master. As she spoke, she waved her hand and said, You may leave first. Yes. The palace maids bowed and quietly retreated. What amazing skills do you have to keep a secret? Chang Shuhua smiled. Princess Anfu smiled proudly and suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, she appeared at the entrance of the backyard. In an instant, she had crossed over 30 meters. Zhao Yanqing and Chang Shuhua were both stunned. Princess Anfu said, Father, mother, this time, I can directly cross several or even several hundred kilometers. In the future, when I miss you, I can come back in a moment. It's very convenient. Miraculous. Chang Shuhua praised. I've always wanted to pay a visit to the divine monk, but I've never found the chance. Master is in closed-door training. Princess Anfu shook her head. You can't see him now. Chang Shuhua smiled. Even if I go, I won't see him? Princess Anfu shook her head. No one can enter Rui Temple. It's already closed and doesn't accept guests. Even father can't do anything. Anfu, you did it, right? Zhao Yanqing said in a deep voice. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at Princess Anfu. Princess Anfu calmly nodded. It's us. This was very easy to guess. Previously, they had easily assassinated the generals of Great Shuo and Great Ning. Almost everyone knew about it. Of course, they also knew who was behind the assassination of these generals. Zhao Yanqing snorted and said, How dare you? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to make everyone in the world your enemy? Yes. Princess Anfu nodded with a smile. Aren't we very bold? You're courting death. Zhao Yanqing shouted. Princess Anfu said, Master can bring the dead back to life. We're not afraid of death. You. Zhao Yanqing's expression darkened as he glared at her. Chang Shuhua tugged at Princess Anfu's sleeve and said snappily, Don't argue with your father. Hurry up and tell us why you're doing this. It's too bizarre. Your father can't believe it. It's fine if you assassinate the generals of other countries, but why do you even assassinate your own generals? Only by doing this will everyone calm down. Only then will there be no wars. Princess Anfu said, Father, mother, Master wants to eliminate all wars and maintain peace in the world. Ridiculous. Zhao Yanqing sneered. Princess Anfu nodded. I also thought it was ridiculous at first, but then I thought about it. With Master's ability, it's not impossible, right? Didn't he do it now? They haven't figured out the depth yet. Once they know the truth, will they just sit and wait for death? Zhao Yanqing said coldly. No matter how strong the divine monk is, he's not otherworldly. There will always be a flaw. Then where is Master's flaw? Princess Anfu asked. You. Zhao Yanqing snorted. You'll be the first to bear the brunt. Then let's see what they're capable of. Princess Anfu smiled. Father, I'm not who I used to be. If they can't deal with you, then deal with me. Zhao Yanqing said. Princess Anfu said, Don't worry, father. With your daughter here, no one can assassinate you. Nonsense. Zhao Yanqing was furious. Chapter 39:12. It was obvious that he did not take you the Great seriously. The divine monk Dinru was still fine. After all, he was not a member of the royal family. As a divine monk, he did not want to kill people in war. He was compassionate and wanted to solve the suffering of the world. It was understandable. However, Anfu made him unhappy. She clearly had the ability to assassinate those generals. The military strength of the other countries would definitely be damaged. Their morale would also be damaged. This was an opportunity for Yu the Great. He could win consecutive victories and have the chance to become the number one among the 4 countries. It was a pity that he missed such a great opportunity. Your Majesty, don't blame Anfu. Her master has spoken. What can she do? Is she pretending to agree but disobeying, or just not listening? Chang Shuhua shook her head and smiled. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the divine monk. Zhao Yanqing scoffed. No matter how much he complained about Chu Li, he could not say much. After all, Chu Li saved his life more than once. Therefore, there was nothing he could say no matter how big the matter was. Princess Anfu said, "Father, Master has already set the purpose of Rui Temple, to eliminate war." Sigh. Zhao Yanqing shook his head and said, "This is digging our own grave. Who in the world can kill Master?" Princess Anfu scoffed proudly. "Arrogant." Zhao Yanqing scoffed. Chang Shuhua said, "Anfu, not many people know that you did it now, so they can still be calm. When they know, will they still allow you to be so presumptuous and provoke them?" "That will depend on their ability." Princess Anfu said, "In this world, the strong are respected. As long as their martial arts skills are good enough, or their strength is strong enough, then they have the weight to speak." "You." Chang Shuhua shook her head and said, "Have you thought about it? The divine monk is indeed powerful, but what if he is no longer here? You are the only one left. What will you do then?" "I will learn all of Master's skills." Princess Anfu said. "Arrogant." Zhao Yanqing curled his lips. Princess Anfu said, "Father, Mother, don't worry. Master's knowledge is unfathomable, but I am not weak now. It is enough to deal with the rest." As they spoke, footsteps came from outside. "Gu Yuanhe, what is it?" Princess Anfu asked. Through her ears, she seemed to have seen Gu Yuanhe standing outside with her own eyes. "Your Highness, Commander Deng is outside asking to see His Majesty," Gu Yuanhe said respectfully. "He said he has urgent news." "Let him come over," Zhao Yanqing said in a low voice. "Yes." Gu Yuanhe quietly retreated. Princess Anfu snorted. Nothing good will come out of Deng Yu's visit. Those guys might have figured out the truth, and are preparing to take revenge. Zhao Yanqing glared at her. Princess Anfu laughed. All right, I was just thinking that I didn't have the chance to use all the skills I've learned." Just as Zhao Yanqing snorted and was about to speak, Princess Anfu beat him to it. "Arrogant." "I know, Imperial Father. I was too arrogant. I can't look down on the heroes of the world." "It's good that you know." Zhao Yanqing snorted. Chang Shuhua said, "Anfu, you are a girl. You can't just blindly fight and kill. You still want to get married. Do you have a husband in mind?" "Mother, it's still early," Princess Anfu hurriedly said. Deng Yu strode in and bowed with cupped fists. "Your subject greets your Majesty, Your Highness." Zhao Yanqing waved his hand. "What's the urgent matter?" "Your Majesty, dozens of assassins have entered our due," Deng Yu said in a low voice. "They are coming for the capital. Your subject asks Your Majesty to decide if we should intercept them in advance." "Dozens? How many are there?" Zhao Yanqing said coldly. As he spoke, he glared at Princess Anfu. "Your Majesty, there are 93, Deng Yu said. Zhao Yanqing said, "Which side are they from?" "De Koan is 20, De Shuo is 40, and De Ning is 33, Deng Yu said. Zhao Yanqing paced with his hands behind his back and snorted. "De Koan is also here to join in the fun." Princess Enfu said, "They are also afraid. They are all here for you." Zhao Yanqing glared at her. Princess Enfu smiled and said, "Maybe they are here for Master. Alright, then let me see how Master will deal with this. If you can't even deal with this wave, it's best that you stop the grand ambition as soon as possible," Zhao Yanqing said. "Then Imperial Father, just watch the show." Princess Enfu smiled. Zhao Yanqing looked at Deng Yu. "Monitor them, but don't alarm them." "Yes." Deng Yu cupped his fists. "Go." Zhao Yanqing waved his hand. Deng Yu respectfully retreated and left the imperial garden. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The capital was particularly noisy at night, brightly lit as if it was a city that never slept. The streets outside the Rui Monastery were bustling with people and carriages, making the place even livelier than it was during the day. The Rui Monastery was quietly entrenched like a silent beast. There was no light in the temple. It was quiet as though no one was there. 24 middle-aged men suddenly rushed out of the crowd and ran toward Rui Temple. Some of them were carrying poles, while others were pushing carts. The poles and carts were accompanied by wooden buckets. They opened the wooden buckets, lifted them, and threw them at Rui Temple. Buzz! Suddenly, there was a strange loud sound. A faint light screen suddenly appeared outside Rui Temple. It was like a round glass cover flashing, and then it disappeared. The wooden buckets that were flying toward Rui Temple suddenly flew backward and landed in front of the 24 middle-aged men. The oil in the buckets splattered everywhere, and the smell was pungent. They dodged in a sorry state, which was why they were not stained by the oil. 30 middle-aged men rushed out from the darkness and directly rushed toward Rui Temple, wanting to climb over the wall. Bang, 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 bang. Muffled sounds rang out continuously. Before they could touch the wall, they were sent flying by an invisible force, just like the wooden buckets from before. Shoot! An angry roar came from the darkness. Following that, crossbows shot from all directions toward Rui Temple. The sky was covered by a rain of swords, once again activating the glass-like light. After a flash, the crossbow arrows also flew backward, shooting at the 24 middle-aged men standing behind the oil bucket. They hurriedly dodged again, but the crossbow arrows were too fast. They could not dodge in time. Some were shot away and some fell to the ground. They groaned, but they did not scream. However, this had already attracted the attention of the surrounding people. They stood far away to watch, either leaning against the wall or simply climbing to the top of the wall to get a clearer view. There were no tall buildings around because it was close to the palace. The crowd discussed from time to time as they watched the commotion. They were not afraid of the commotion and did not feel that it was dangerous at all. This is Rui Temple. How did they offend these powerful people? First, they poured oil on the temple, then they burned it down. If that didn't work, they barged in. Now that barging in doesn't work, they're using crossbows to attack. It's really one after another, and every move is vicious. The divine monk is merciful. How did he offend so many people? Who knows? From the looks of it, it doesn't look like an ordinary grudge. Amit Ba. Suddenly there was a Buddhist chant. Chu Li appeared in the sky above Rui Temple. He stood in the air, and his gray monk robe slowly fluttered as if he had absorbed the moonlight, bathing his body in a gentle light. In particular, there was a halo behind his head, which was even brighter. The surrounding people were shocked and suddenly knelt on the ground. Chapter 39:13. The ground was densely packed with people kneeling. Only 200 or so people remained standing, not kneeling. Chu Li's gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone felt as if they had been seen through, as if he was specifically staring at them. They felt inexplicably guilty and quickly lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. As long as one was human, it was impossible for one to act openly and with a clear conscience. In the depths of one's heart, there would always be some dark thoughts. Chu Li's gaze was like the blazing sun, wanting to melt away all these thoughts in an instant. Amit Ba. Chu Li chanted the name of Buddha again. The sound of the Buddha's name was like the evening drum and morning bell, cleansing all the dark thoughts. Suddenly, one's heart was filled with light, tranquil and peaceful. Inexplicably, a smile would appear on one's face, and one's body would feel warm as if one was immersed in a hot spring. Another 100 or so people knelt on the ground. The remaining 122 people remained standing, staring straight at Chu Li. Their bodies were tense and filled with murderous intent. Chu Li shook his head and sighed. I shall help you today, Amit Ba. This Buddha's name was gentle, and the people kneeling on the ground straightened their bodies, their expressions solemn. They involuntarily put their palms together and chanted the name, me, tua, fo. The orderly chanting of the Buddha was solemn and sacred, resounding through the night sky. The night was as cold as water, and the moonlight was like frost. The surroundings of Rui Temple were peaceful and serene. Everyone was immersed in a strange aura, and they didn't wake up for a long time. When she woke up, she realized that Chu Li had already disappeared. The Rui Temple was still quiet and silent. There were already 122 people lying on the ground, all of them facing the sky with smiles on their faces. Their expressions were peaceful and joyful, as if they were having a sweet dream. Seeing this, people couldn't help but smile. A young man pushed the middle-aged man beside him out of curiosity. Wake up! Wake up! Why are you sleeping? His expression suddenly changed. He withdrew his hand as if he had been electrocuted and retreated as if he was avoiding a snake or a scorpion. What's wrong? His companion, who was also a young man, asked him with a smile, Look at how scared you are. Did you meet a ghost? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. The young man hurriedly shook his head, his expression unsightly. What's wrong? His companion laughed. Go and touch it. Let's touch then. In front of everyone's eyes, the other young man proudly took 2 steps forward and stretched out his hand to push. Then, his expression changed, and his hand touched the young man's nose and neck. Everyone stared at him. He's dead, the young man said with an ugly expression. He shook his hand, trying to get rid of the bad luck. Everyone looked at the other middle-aged men lying on the ground, smiling. At this moment, they could all see that these middle-aged men were wearing the same clothes. They were obviously a group of people. Could it be that they're all dead? Another youth stood out and said loudly, This is too shocking. How could so many people die in one go? As he spoke, he looked at the 2 middle-aged men lying on the ground. Then, he got up and shook his head. They are indeed dead. Who did this? Someone whispered. Who else? They all looked at the Rui Temple, which was shrouded in moonlight. The Rui Temple was pitch black, like a ferocious beast entrenched in the darkness, ready to pounce and devour everything at any time. They could not help but feel apprehensive and wary, involuntarily taking a step back. This divine monk Dingru is very powerful. Let's go, someone said softly, then hurriedly left. Everyone left in silence. More than 120 corpses were lying on the ground with peaceful smiles on their faces. This scene was eerie no matter how one looked at it. They felt an inexplicable chill and hurried away, afraid that they would be the one left behind. In the blink of an eye, the area in front of the Rui Temple was empty. There was no one left standing. Then, a group of soldiers approached in an orderly manner and moved the corpses away in the blink of an eye. Then, the area in front of the Rui Temple was restored to peace. However, the people who came and went in the surroundings had consciously distanced themselves, not daring to approach. The image of the Rui Temple in their eyes had changed, and this divine monk Dingru had become more mysterious. As a monk, he was so cruel in his actions, killing more than 100 people with a wave of his hand. It was beyond imagination. This went against the image of a merciful monk in their eyes. Therefore, the rumors about the demon monk Dingru became more rampant. Everyone believed it and felt that Chu Li was not a divine monk. A divine monk would not be so ruthless and kill more than 100 people in one go. Later on, the rumors became more and more outrageous. The demon monk Ding Ru killed more than 1,000 people with a wave of his hand. His expression did not change, and no one was able to resist. This was not something that could be achieved by martial arts. It was real sorcery. As for the so-called supernatural powers, they were merely demonic arts in disguise. They appeared to be profound and unfathomable, but one saved while the other harmed. Although the capital was large, with the presence of the demonic monk Ding Ru, it was extremely unstable. If he suddenly killed people, who could stop him? Even the emperor would not be able to stop him. Everyone was anxious as if they were in front of a beast and could be devoured at any time. They did not want to entrust their lives to someone else's kindness, so they wanted to expel this demon monk Ding Ru. There were more and more memorials to impeach Chu Li in the imperial court, and they piled up like a mountain. However, Zhao Yanqing did not publish them, which made the officials even more dissatisfied. They felt that the emperor was bewitched by sorcery, so they wanted to expel the demon monk Ding Ru. After Chu Li displayed his powerful strength, they became more afraid of him, but they were more lenient in dealing with him. Originally, the memorials of the officials were to kill this monk to warn the demons and spirits of the world. Later, the memorials were to expel him from the capital, and he was not allowed to step into the capital. Otherwise, the people of the world would kill him. In the end, they only asked him to leave the capital and did not mention killing him. Zhao Yanqing and Su Chongfeng were discussing in the prime announcement hall. The bright sunlight shone on the hall, and the light in the hall was gentle. However, Zhao Yanqing's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, "Minister Su, the trend of the imperial court is not right. As the head of the officials, it's time for you to step in." Su Chongfeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Your Majesty, the people are in a panic now, and it's useless for me to say anything. The plan now is to let the divine monk leave the capital and hide. As long as he survives this, things will naturally calm down." "Nonsense. How dare you say that you want to expel the divine monk from the capital because of rumors?" Zhao Yanqing said angrily. "These officials of mine are really disappointing. They just listen to rumors and believe it. It's because the divine monk is too cruel, and he scared them," Su Chongfeng said. Zhao Yanqing said, "Are we supposed to be merciful to the assassins who came to kill us? Let them assassinate us again? Well, we have to kill them, but not all of them. The key is that they were killed too easily." Su Chongfeng shook his head. "It's too shocking to kill 123 people in the blink of an eye. Although it intimidated the small fry, it also scared the officials. Naturally, they will feel disgusted and want to expel the divine monk. They will feel that the farther they are from him, the safer they will be. Even Buddha has the glaring eyes of Vajra." Zhao Yanqing scoffed. "It's really pedantic to insist on being merciful. Your Majesty, Deng Yu requests an audience," a servant reported from outside. "Let him in," Zhao Yanqing said. Deng Yu strode in and gave a fist salute. "Your Majesty, Elder Su, I've received secret news that De Kuan, De Shua, and De Ning have each lost a prince." "Huh!" Zhao Yanqing frowned. Deng Yu said, "They died silently, and they all died with a smile. It's the same way they died outside Rui Temple." Chapter 39:14. "In that case, it was Grandmaster's doing?" Zhao Yanqing said. Deng Yu said, "Of course there's no evidence. No one saw it, but judging from the way these people died, and how they died without anyone knowing, I'm afraid there's no one else in the world who could do this except for Grandmaster." "Don't tell me someone won't frame Grandmaster?" Zhao Yanqing snorted. Deng Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, in this world, I'm afraid only Grandmaster has this kind of magical power. Even if others wanted to frame Grandmaster, they wouldn't have the means to do so. That might not be the case. Zhao Yanqing shook his head and said, "The heaven-mending tower can do it. They are everywhere, and if they want to retaliate against the Great Master, in a situation where they can't assassinate him, it is also possible for them to take action at the same time and frame the Great Master." This. Deng Yu hesitated for a moment before nodding slowly. That's indeed a possibility. In theory, this was the case. However, there was a limit to how powerful Heaven-Mending Tower's assassins could be. No matter how powerful they were, it was impossible for them to silently kill a prince. If that was the case, Heaven-Mending Tower would have dominated the world a long time ago. How could they have ended up like this? Zhao Yanqing said, "The Heaven-Mending Pavilion might have found a strange poison. After being poisoned, one would smile and then die without a sound. Their method of poisoning was very powerful, so no one discovered it." Su Changfeng shook his head, unable to continue listening. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Your Majesty, it is not easy to poison a prince. It is not as difficult as assassination. What if this poison is colorless and odorless?" Zhao Yanqing snorted. "This." Su Changfeng hesitated and nodded slowly. "If there really is such a strange poison, then it's possible." Deng Yu said, "Your Majesty, if there really is such a strange poison, then it might not be the work of the Heaven-Mending House. It could be any other force. That would be troublesome, so we must also be careful." In reality, he was certain that this was Chu Li's doing. However, since the Emperor had made such an excuse, he would not point it out tactfully. He could not help but shake his head when he saw Su Changfeng's hesitant expression. Su Changfeng said, "Your Majesty, if there really is a strange poison, the lives of the princes, they want to frame Grandmaster, so they naturally won't do it," Zhao Yanqing said. That's right. Deng Yu quickly nodded, causing Su Changfeng to look at him with disdain and mockery. Su Changfeng said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, since that's the case, why don't we ask Grandmaster in person? A monk would never lie. Given Ding Ru's character, he would definitely admit to it if he really did it." Once he did it, the officials in the imperial court would be even more intolerant of him staying in the capital, and even the emperor wouldn't be able to suppress him. This could be considered as breaking the taboos and tacit understanding of the various countries. No matter how fierce the conflict between two countries was, it would not endanger the safety of the royal descendants. Otherwise, once this bad precedent was set, all the people of the Renhuang clan would not be able to live in peace. "Gu Yuanhe, call Anfu over," Zhao Yanqing said. "Yes," Gu Yuanhe replied and left the Xian Yuan palace. After a while, Princess Anfu arrived at the main hall and said lazily, "Imperial Father, I was just taking a nap. What's the matter?" "Deng Yu," Zhao Yanqing said. Deng Yu hurriedly bowed and explained the situation. "What a relief!" Princess Anfu beamed with joy. "This is Master's warning them. If they act foolishly again, it won't be just your Highness who will die, it will be them." "This is pure nonsense," Zhao Yanqing said in a deep voice. "Do you think the emperors of the various countries will accept this threat?" "Of course," Princess Anfu said with a smile. Zhao Yanqing said, "This will only thoroughly anger the three of them, and they will madly retaliate. It's even possible that the three countries will unite and destroy us first. If they can't do anything to Grandmaster, they can't do anything to us. Then let's give it a try." Princess Anfu tilted her head and said disapprovingly. Zhao Yanqing said with a solemn expression, "Was it really Grandmaster's doing? Once Master becomes ruthless, he won't be lenient." Princess Anfu said, "I dare to conclude that it was Master's doing." "Alas!" Zhao Yanqing shook his head and sighed. He inwardly rejoiced that Anfu had become Grandmaster's disciple. Otherwise, it would be a big problem if there was a conflict with Grandmaster. Now that Enfu was Grandmaster's successor, he didn't have to worry about anything else. As they were speaking, a guard's voice came from outside. "Your Majesty, Commander Deng's subordinates are anxiously looking for him. Go and take a look." Zhao Yanqing waved his hand. Deng Yu cupped his fists and bowed, then left the hall. After a while, he retreated and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, another 3 groups of people have arrived in the capital. There are more people than the last time, and they are also more elite. They are all experienced warriors who have been through hundreds of battles. They have been sent as suicide soldiers." "Are they targeting Grandmaster?" Zhao Yanqing asked. Deng Yu said, "They are already near Rui Temple and have surrounded them. This subject has already warned that we can't act rashly." Princess Anfu said excitedly, "I'll go and take a look." "Anfu, stay here," Zhao Yanqing said. "Aren't you afraid that they are luring the tiger away from the mountain?" Princess Anfu was startled. The excitement on her face faded, and she sighed, "We really can't not be on guard. Your Majesty, this subject will go and take a look." Deng Yu cupped his fists and lightly retreated. However, he quickly returned and entered the hall, cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, this subject just received news that 2 more princes have died." "Died again?" Zhao Yanqing frowned. Deng Yu said, "Great Shuo, Great Kuan, and Great Ning have each lost 2 princes, but they are still smiling. It seems that Grandmaster has not given up, but I wonder if he will continue killing." "That's because Master saw them and they sent assassins again," Princess Anfu said disapprovingly. "But..." Deng Yu hesitated. "Logically, the assassins had just been seen here, and someone had died there. The timing did not match." Princess Anfu looked at Zhao Yanqing. Zhao Yanqing sighed. It seems that Grandmaster really did it. He knew that Chu Li had the ability to move through the void. Now that Princess Anfu had mastered it, Grandmaster Dingru could only move even faster. When he saw the assassins outside Rui Temple, he immediately took action and assassinated 2 princes. Meanwhile, Deng Yu's information was delivered through a special technique, and it could be delivered in just an hour. Of course, he had to pay a huge price, but such important information had to be delivered even if he had to pay the price. Princess Anfu said, "Let's see if they still dare to assassinate us this time." Deng Yu said, "If Grandmaster was in the temple, these assassins would not have been able to escape." Princess Anfu scoffed, "Master is not so pedantic. He still kept them alive, so he must have killed them." Deng Yu said, "I will go and take a look." He hurried out again, and soon returned with a fist salute. "Your Majesty, it is indeed as we expected. There are corpses lying outside Rui Temple again. None of the 500 assassins were spared." His expression was complicated. Although he did not see it with his own eyes, seeing the 500 corpses smiling gave him goosebumps. "Sigh," Zhao Yanqing said, "it seems that I will have to personally go to Rui Temple." "Then go, I will follow father," Princess Anfu said. "Let's go," Zhao Yanqing said in a low voice. Gu Yuanhe, Su Changfeng, and Deng Yu followed closely behind. They did not advise him to be cautious and not leave the palace easily. With Princess Anfu around, they were not worried about Zhao Yanqing's safety. Chapter 39:15. "Master!" Princess Anfu called out softly and took a step forward to Chu Li. Chu Li nodded and pressed his palms together as he smiled at Zhao Yanqing. "Your Majesty, please!" "All right, I haven't been here for a long time." Zhao Yanqing smiled. He brought Su Changfeng and Deng Yu with Gu Yuanhe following closely behind. The group stepped through the main gate of Rui Temple. As soon as they stepped through the gate, everyone felt the scene before them change. It was as if they had arrived at another world. It was quiet and serene. Their surroundings were quiet and faint sounds of Sanskrit could be heard. Their surroundings became relaxed and peaceful. Zhao Yanqing looked around and sighed. This place looks more and more like a Buddhist holy land. Chu Li smiled. I've put your majesty in a difficult position. Sigh. Zhao Yanqing shook his head and smiled bitterly. What are you trying to do, master? Chu Li said, I know this goes against the general trend of the world, but I can't bear to see people suffer. I can only try my best. Rui Temple will always adhere to this principle. You want to suppress the world with the power of a temple? Zhao Yanqing said, It's not that I'm looking down on you. You're omnipotent. If you can do it, what about the person behind you? Can he also suppress the world? How arrogant was it to fight against the world with one's power? Throughout history, no one could do this no matter how great they were. Chu Li said, After me is Anfu. She has excellent aptitude and learns quickly. I believe she will soon be able to stand on her own. When that time comes, I can retire in peace and no longer care about worldly affairs. Anfu? Zhao Yanqing looked at the smiling Princess Anfu and sighed. She worshipped the wrong person as her master. She used to be carefree, but now she has such a heavy burden on her shoulders. Chu Li said, That depends on her choice. She can change her mind before I retire. Princess Anfu said, How can I change my mind when it's such a good deed? Don't worry, master. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. Zhao Yanqing glared at her and scoffed. Good deed is good, but are you as capable as the master? Can you stop the whole world by yourself? Princess Anfu scoffed. Father, you're underestimating me. Chu Li said, Please forgive me for being stubborn this time, Your Majesty. Sigh. Zhao Yanqing shook his head and sighed. Su Changfeng said in a deep voice, Great Master, there is one thing I do not understand. Almsgiver Su, please speak, Chu Li said. Su Changfeng said, Doesn't Great Master need to abide by the precepts? Chu Li said, The Buddhist precepts are a shortcut to enlightenment. I've already gained enlightenment, so naturally, I've already transcended the precept. There's no need for me to cling to them, I can move around freely. In that case, Grandmaster can kill people at will? Su Changfeng asked. Chu Li said, Although it's said that monks are compassionate, there are some who will commit all sorts of evil. If we can't change them, we can only subdue them. Aren't you afraid of incurring public wrath by massacring like this? Su Changfeng asked in a deep voice. Chu Li smiled. The hands of these assassins are stained with the blood of innocent people. I can hide from them, but even if I can hide from them, how can the innocent people hide from them? There are countless evil people in the world. Are you going to kill all of them? Su Changfeng asked. Chu Li said, There's a limit to what I can do. Suppressing evil and not starting a war is already my limit. I can't do more. Forget it. Zhao Yanqing waved his hand and said, Great Master, go ahead and do it. Chu Li pressed his palms together. Thank you, Your Majesty. Su Changfeng panicked. Agreeing to it like this was no different from binding his own hands and feet. He clearly had a powerful weapon and could dominate the world, but he had to cripple his own martial arts and bind his own hands and feet. This was the most foolish thing to do. The appearance of Master Dingru was an opportunity that you the Great did not have, and the unification of the world was within reach. However, once His Majesty agreed to it, it was tantamount to cutting off this opportunity, and he would also lose the chance to become a famous subject. Zhao Yanqing glanced at Su Changfeng and said, Dear Su, there's no need to discuss this anymore. Also, get those who are remonstrating to restrain themselves. They're always making groundless accusations and causing trouble. Yes. Su Changfeng slowly nodded. Once Zhao Yanqing's decision was made, it was impossible to change it. As a subject, he could only obey. All right, all of you may leave. Zhao Yanqing waved his hand. I have a few words to say to the Great Master. Father, Princess Anfu hurriedly said. You go too, wait for me outside the temple, Zhao Yanqing said. All right, Princess Anfu said. Only Chu Li and Zhao Yanqing were left in the temple. Chu Li smiled. Thank you, Your Majesty. You don't have to do this, Great Master. My life was saved by the Great Master, just treat it as repayment. Zhao Yanqing smiled. Moreover, I'm not losing anything, the Great Master will eventually retire. Chu Li said, It seems that Your Majesty really has the ambition to unify the world. As an emperor, who doesn't have the same thought? Zhao Yanqing said. Chu Li nodded. I understand Your Majesty's plan. As long as Your Majesty doesn't start a war and unify the world, I have nothing to say. Zhao Yanqing said, If the world can be unified, the Great Master will be the main contributor. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. Zhao Yanqing sighed. Although Anfu's martial arts is strong, her heart is too pure. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for her to shoulder such a great responsibility. Chu Li said, It's a good thing for people who practice martial arts to have a pure heart. Moreover, once you're strong enough, all conspiracies and schemes are useless. Your Majesty need not worry about this. After I retire, she'll be able to suppress the world. That's good. Zhao Yanqing nodded slowly, his eyes shining. It was as if he could see himself becoming an emperor. Although this emperor was different from ordinary emperors and did not have as much power, it was enough compared to you the Great. Great Master, then I shall take my leave. Zhao Yanqing pressed his palms together. Chu Li sent him off. The following half a month was peaceful. De Shuo, De Kun, and De Ning seemed to be intimidated by Chu Li and did not dare to send any more assassins. The border also calmed down. The original small-scale fighting disappeared and the whole world became peaceful. However, everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. The undercurrents were surging. Another half a month later, the capital became lively. De Shuo, De Kun, and De Ning all sent envoys. These envoys were led by the Crown Prince, and the standard of these envoys far exceeded that of ordinary diplomatic groups. When they arrived at Yu the Great's capital, the first thing they did was to go to Ru-Yi Temple. The three groups clearly had an agreement. They would arrive at the capital together and go to Ru-Yi Temple together. However, Ru-Yi Temple was closed and Chu Li was in seclusion. The crown princes of De Shuo, De Kun, and De Ning stood in front of Ru-Yi Temple and waited for an entire day. From morning until evening, when the bright moon hung high in the sky, they did not leave and insisted on seeing Chu Li. However, Ru-Yi Temple remained closed and Princess Anfu was missing. She was in seclusion somewhere. Thus, the entire capital kept an eye on this place. From time to time, news would spread, and Zhao Yanqing in the imperial palace would occasionally receive news of their movements. Su Changfeng and the four old officials accompanied Zhao Yanqing in the primary announcement hall to discuss matters. Your Majesty, what do they want? Su Changfeng frowned. Why do they insist on seeing Ding Ru the divine monk? Zhao Yanqing shook his head. The four old officials also fell silent. After a while, a sickly old man with grizzled eyebrows and a sallow face slowly said, Your Majesty, this old subject has a guess. Elder Zhong, please speak, Zhao Yanqing said. Zhong Qingli stroked his beard and slowly said, They might want to acknowledge him as their master. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.